morning, everyone. I hope everyone's been having a good day. I hope that everyone was able to keep their hands clear of the door this time. I can only warn you guys so much about that one. Well, it's good to see everyone here. Dr. Leon, welcome. Cheshire, I hope you're having a good day. If you're still here, if you had to go, obviously perfectly understandable. I hope you have a good evening. Luminous, welcome. Starblind, welcome. Yomi, of course, welcome. Luminous, your day's been good? Wonderful, I'm glad to hear that. I hope everyone's been having a good day. My day's been going pretty well. Some minor mishaps, but, well, I'm sure everything will be going fine right now. Rage of Unit, welcome. Welcome aboard. Hope you've been having a good evening as well. Or good day, good morning, good time zone, wherever you happen to be right now. Or are you doing it like clockwork? Well, I don't really run on clockwork, but I see what you mean. Yeti Summer, welcome. I hope you've been doing well. I've been doing well myself. Been very excited to get going again, honestly. The first year was so much fun, and I've been anxious in a good way to do this one. I've been doing some research for the game, and I've got some stats, and, well, we'll see how things go. I'm hoping that chat can actually recover their HP loss. We'll see how it goes. I hope everyone has been having a good evening so far. We can recover the HP loss. It's not a completely lost cause. Yomi's the one that needs the revives. Yeah, kind of. You're not wrong on that one. It's fine. On the plus side, Yomi isn't the healer. Exactly, Yomi. The HP on chat was crippling. Though, strangely enough, I actually did look at the numbers, and the results may surprise you on how bad their luck was. Maybe it's actually better than we think? Well, actually, no, it's definitely not better than we think, but it's maybe not as bad as we thought. Your floor tank? But Yomi, you don't play Dragoon, do you? You were a Scholar main last I remember. Huh. That'll explain a few things, I suppose. Well, regardless, we're going to get ourselves, unless anyone's got any questions about anything or anything like that, I'm happy to just get ourselves jumping straight into things. Okay, listen, no, don't listen. Okay, Yomi, I'm listening. What do you have to say? What do you have to say for yourself, Yomi? I'm listening. Come on, Yomi, we're waiting for you now. This is Yomi time. What do you have to say for yourself? Dragoon walked into a bar. Yeah, classic. Yomi has fainted. Everyone else ducked. Classic. Maybe if we can convince you to come back to the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV as a free trial up to level 60, including both the Realm Reborn and the award-winning expansion Heaven's War with no limitations on playtime, maybe we can get you to play a bit of Dragoon, see how that goes for you. What is the airspeed velocity of an unladen swallow? Well, I mean, that depends. An African or a European swallow? Well, I'm not sure I actually know the difference. Do I have any intentions of streaming Pixel 14? Definitely at some point. I'm not quite sure exactly what I'd want to stream with it. I mean, it's one of my favourite games of all time, so I'd definitely love to stream it. The strange thing is, I'm just not sure what exactly I would do with it, because, well, I don't really do hardcore content anymore. I kind of packed that one in. I enjoyed my time doing the hardcore content for certain, but it just kind of burnt me out after a little while. Just Mikaru, stupid question, but would you plan on making a Discord server? Possibly. I mean, this is only my second stream, so I don't really know if I've got enough of an audience to warrant such a thing, but if it is something that there's interest for, I could certainly do so at some point. I don't know what I'd put in it, but I'm sure we could figure something out together. But back to the 14 question. Yeah, I don't quite know exactly what I would want to stream content-wise for it, because I only really do casual content these days, and I'm not entirely sure how... Kazaneka Legend, welcome! Thank you for the follow! Hope you're having a great evening over there. Welcome! So as I was saying, I'm not sure what I would actually stream content-wise for Final Fantasy 14. I'd love to stream getting you caught up if you come back here, of course, no pressure. But otherwise, I'd happily stream just me playing the game and doing some dailies. I'm just not really sure if that would be something that people would be interested in. Hey all, welcome! welcome! Hope you're doing well. Hope you're having a good evening. But yeah, I will definitely consider going back to FF14 doing some sort of streaming with it at some point. I know there is a new story patch coming soon, but I'm not sure whether I'd want to stream massive spoilers. I guess I could tag the whole stream as spoilers, but I feel really bad if I spoil the story because Final Fantasy 14 has a really good story for an MMO. Could be your stream warm-up content. Could be. That could be, although, again, I'm not sure. I'd happily do it, provided there was interest in such a thing. Hey, I got off work and just done numbing sorts of food. Heck yeah, glad to hear it. Hope you got some good food for yourselves. Limitless, next movie I'm going to see is a secret screening at cinema. Ooh, a secret screening. Well, I suppose it wouldn't really be a secret if I asked you what it was now, would it? I can't remember the last time. Actually, no, I tell a lie. I can remember the last time I went to the cinema. I went to the cinema to see the Dungeons & Dragons movie, Honor Among Thieves. I was actually pleasantly surprised by it. I was a little bit surprised by how comedic it was. I was kind of expecting them to play things a lot more serious than they did. But that doesn't make it a bad movie by any stretch. I thought it was really fun. If you have any remote interest in Dungeons & Dragons, or I guess any tabletop game really, but Dungeons & Dragons especially, definitely worth checking out. It was a very, very entertaining movie. Although, to be fair, I'm not really a very hard... I'm not hard to please when it comes to movies. There's very, very few movies that I came out of and was like, wow, that was terrible. No problem, Hal. You go and do what you gotta do. Just always happy to see you, and thank you for joining in, even if just for a little bit. Luminous. Oh, you want to see it? Yeah, it's a great movie. Really good movie. I have a few minor complaints about it, but it wasn't a bad movie by any stretch. Just a few things that I think maybe could have done slightly better. Oh, my worst movie. Well, this is either going to come as a hot take or a incredibly cold take. I genuinely don't know which. For me, the worst movie I think I've seen was either Tim Burton's Alice in Wonderland or Tim Burton's Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. I really didn't care for either of them. Alice in Wonderland had way too much focus on the Mad Hatter, who, if you've ever read the book, he's only in the book for about a chapter. He has as much screen time as the Dodo, who wasn't even in the movie. And the Charlie and Chocolate Factory, I feel like it kind of missed the point a little bit. Like, the whole point of... Okay, the Charlie and Chocolate Factory movie that Tim Burton did, it had a bizarre amount of focus on Willy Wonka as a character. And that's one of those things where I feel like it's... they're answering questions nobody asked. I always kind of viewed Willy Wonka as sort of this just kind of almost mystical prankster character that just kind of existed to be a plot device. I never really cared about his whole backstory or origin story. Lukewarm take, if anything, Vish? Possibly, quite possibly. I'll admit, I'm not particularly well versed in the zeitgeist of movies, what is and isn't particularly thought of as good or bad movies. I will say that another really bad movie I saw was World War Z, and that one I know everyone thinks is bad. Tim Burton has a habit of hyper-focusing on things that teenagers overblow into a splat. Yes, I'm not going to say he's bad at what he does. I will say that, in my personal opinion, peaked with Nightmare Before Christmas. Aragon, for you personally, I saw Aragon, but it left absolutely no impression on me at all. I can remember nothing about it. I think there was a dragon involved, and that's about all I can really remember. I don't remember it being offensively bad, but again, I'm quite easily pleased when it comes to movies. If it's not terrible, you know, yeah, I suppose that's fair impression. If you don't remember a movie, it's definitely going to be considered some sort of bad. I would personally argue that a movie you remember nothing about is probably at least a little better than a movie you remember badly. But that's just my opinion. I mean, there is certainly such a thing as so bad it's good. I actually do have somewhere around here, I don't know where it is right now, I do have a copy of The Room on DVD that a friend bought me as a gift some years back. I actually never got around to watching it because I was saving it for when Yomi came to visit next. And I can't remember if they gave me it before or after Yomi visited me last, so I'm not sure if I just am waiting for Yomi or if we forgot to do it when Yomi came over here. World War Z? Yeah, World War Z was not a good movie. Starblind, the worst we've ever seen was a D&D movie, really? Are you talking about the newest one, Honor Among Thieves, or are you talking the other D&D movies? Because I think Honor Among Thieves is the fourth one. Among Thieves, honestly, that's entirely fair. I did enjoy it, but I can certainly see how you might go into it expecting one thing, and the focus on comedy was certainly a bit more... It was not what I was expecting. I would liken it to going to a really good burger restaurant, and then you order something called the Super Double Bacon Burger, and they give you a pizza. It might be a perfectly good pizza, but you were hoping to get a burger, so it's probably going to leave you disappointed. Ria, I am doing well. I hope you're doing well as well. Yeah, Vindish, I do agree. I liked Honor Among Thieves. I just want to understand why the bard had, like, no bard things, but essentially, well, I mean, technically speaking, that's all a bard really needs. Bards only really need their instrument to do their thing, and honestly, if you're playing a certain way, you don't even need an instrument. Every time I've ever played a bard, their performance skill of choice has been singing or dancing, because that way you get to use the benefits of it while your hands are full. Even though I don't actually know whether... I don't know whether 5th edition changed this, but I know in Pathfinder and in 3.5, they don't actually specifically say you need to perform with the instrument you're trained in. You could be completely untrained with an instrument and still perform with it. It's very strange. You know, that's fair stuff. I wanted to see a vicious mockery. There were definitely some things that movie could have done better. I'm not going to argue that. I'm not going to say it was like a 10 out of 10 best movie I've ever seen in my life kind of film, but it was a good time. I think that for me, the biggest things I would have liked to see more of was a tiefling character in it. And yeah, 6 out of 10, I'd say maybe a 7, but again, I'm easily pleased. But yeah, the tiefling character felt just a little bit... how do I put this? They had the tiefling character in it, and they make reference to how she was abandoned, her parents didn't want a tiefling, and that kind of seemed like the only reference to the whole tieflings are the oppressed race in the setting. You know, not that I'm looking for horrible things to happen to the character, just I thought they could have done a little bit better with that. And the other thing, this is like really minor spoilers, like I'm not even going to go into specific details, but I thought with the action, there was a lot of times when the action scenes were focused on one character versus one character, or whatever. I felt like they could have done a better job of showing the party fighting together as a party. Because the whole point of the adventuring party is that you've got different skills and you work together to overcome challenges that you couldn't do alone. The Paladin, yes, I actually don't remember the Paladin's name, but the Paladin was very fun. I kind of get the impression the Paladin was kind of meant to be a bit of a nod to that one guy that can't reliably make it to the game, so he just shows up for one session and then the DM has to write him out of it again. Either that or maybe like a DM's character. Yeah, they definitely could have done a better job of it. Again, I didn't dislike the movie, I thought it was a fun time, but it could have been better. It certainly could have been a lot worse. If you've ever seen any of the other Dungeons & Dragons movies, for example, you know it can definitely have been a lot worse. Jeremy Irons chewing every piece of scenery in sight. Yeah, the race was pretty good. The CG, especially on the druid's wild shape, was very good. Although, apparently in 5th edition, druids can't actually wild shape into owlbears. There's a slight bit of, whoops, you messed up that one, but I mean, it's fine, it's not like anyone's. It's not like you expected me. Yes, Vindas, the old D&D movies were so bad. Lewis, I saw, yes, that movie Dumb Money coming about the whole GameStop stock thing. I heard about that. I might actually check it out. I'm not desperate to see it, but I might check it out because I heard about that story when it was breaking, but I didn't really follow it too closely, so I'm sure there's a lot of it that I don't know it and be quite interesting. Bad movie nighttime, I'd be down for that. I'd be definitely down for it. Bad movies can be just as fun, if not more fun, than good movies. That's the first ever movie. Could be. I can certainly think of some bad movies that are a lot of fun to watch. I have a very guilty pleasure. And it is the Mario Bros. Movie, the original one starring Bob Hoskins, and the Street Fighter movie, the live-action one with the Belgian Jean-Claude Van Damme playing the all-American Colonel Guile. They are not good movies, but they are better movies than we like to pretend they are. Especially the Mario Bros. Movie. Every time I hear the Bob Hoskins Mario Bros. Movie brought up in conversation, it's almost always in the context of, I didn't think it was actually that bad. Can we maybe agree that perhaps it's not that bad of a movie? It's not a good movie, but there are certainly far worse movies out there. Mortal Kombat was really bad. I don't think I've seen a Mortal Kombat movie. Mortal Kombat's one of those franchises I'm very well aware of. I know it exists. I could never really get into it. I don't know, something about the setting, the over-the-top violence comes across as more cartoony than it does serious, and I don't know, it doesn't really work for me. Someone called you a Goomba on that movie? Oh my goodness. I saw a thing recently where the mask, the prosthesis mask they used for the Goombas, got sold off for like a charity auction or something, and it had completely rotted because it was just like rubber. And it made it look unintentionally far more horrifying than it was intended to be. It was kind of hilarious. The one with Shang Tsung, I don't know which one that one is. I know a little bit about Mortal Kombat, but I don't think I've seen any of the movies. I think the only game I actually played was, what was it called? I think it was Armageddon. It was on PS2. I just remember it had a really large roster, and everyone could swap between an unarmed and a weapon moveset. It also had a character creator, and that's about all I remember, I'm afraid. Is it not the worst one? Is it? I have no idea. Could it be? I don't know. I'm not honestly huge into fighting games anyway, to be honest. I got really into BlazBlue. That was my one fighting game that I thought I'd try to take a bit seriously. I never really vied with Street Fighter. I never really liked Tekken. Yeah, so that's kind of where I'm sat with that. I did play a little bit of Guilty Gear. Way after kind of its shelf life, I tried to get into... Oh goodness, let's see if I can remember this one. I think it was XX Accent Core Plus, something like that. I remember I played quite a bit of Robo-Kai. Yes, of course I played Robo-Kai. Very handsome man. And yeah, I only ever played it against AI. I was never really good enough to actually play it competitively, or actually don't think I had anyone around that played it competitively. Faust is also very good. Faust is very good stuff. I have good taste. Although, if we're being entirely honest, and I'm preempting what Yomi's going to say here, the best character from Guilty Gear is ABBA. Or is it ABA? I don't know if it's meant to be an acronym or a name, but ABBA's very good. Very good character. Tekken, funnily enough, I got into BlazBlue playing Taiga. And when I went to play Guilty Gear, I thought, I like playing the grappler character, I'll play as Potemkin. And I could not play him at all, I was terrible at him. I mean, they're very different skill sets. I feel like Taiga is a bad one to learn for your first grappler because his magnetism kind of spoils you a little bit. Smash Bros. I can't remember the last Smash Bros. Game I played. I think it was the 3DS one, rather. Smash Bros. Is one of those games I've played. I enjoyed it. I kind of didn't really treat it seriously, though. I could never get into it as a hardcore, competitive fighting game. I just kind of see it as a silly, fun party game to mess around with. Ooh, yeah, good taste. Jacko's design is very good. I've never played... I've never played the game that she was in, but I do love her design. I also really like... what's her name? What's her name? I think it's just Valentine. The one that was originally all pink and then they gave her like a wedding dress. I think her name was Valentine. I liked her design as well. Has a bit of a weakness for pink hair. Elfelt. That sounds right. That sounds correct. Really interesting in tournaments. Awesome. I saw a really interesting video about Smash Bros. Tournaments recently about a Japanese Yoshi player who won a huge tournament. Yes, Starblind, that's the one, yes. Huge rifle. Were they bunny ears? I thought it was a hat. But they could be, yeah, I guess they could be bunny ears. But yes, that is the one. You're thinking of the right one there. I'm just bad with the names. But yeah, that's with Guilty Gear, I wanted to get into it a little bit. The problem was when they did the remake of it, not the remake, the newer ones, Strive. None of the characters they had in were really ones that really grabbed me. Faust was alright, and May's pretty cute, but none of them were ones where I'm like, oh yeah, I'm gonna go and play that character right now. Unfortunately, I kind of missed the boat a little bit on that one. If they brought in Robo-Kai again as a playable character, I might be persuaded to change my mind. I've seen a few of the DLC characters. Most of them are new ones to my understanding. I can't remember which ones they added exactly, but I will say the graphics for it are stunning. The new Guilty Gear game kind of makes me jealous. I kind of wish that Blaze Blue could get the same 3D but looks 2D treatment, because I can just imagine them doing a really good job with that one. Epic Chaos has been your go-to. He's the guy with the gun, if I recall correctly. Yes! Johnny and Bicon! And I'm really glad they brought those ones back. Anyone else play PlayStation All-Stars? That one I missed the boat on as well. Again, not the hugest into fighting games, unfortunately, but I kind of keep a little bit of tabs on them just because, general gaming is in my sphere, but for the most part, I think the last game I really touched properly was probably Cross Tag, and even then, I don't even think I finished the story mode for that one. Yeah, Yomi? Yes, Yomi. What about general gaming, Yomi? What about it, huh? What about it? So just to get you guys in on that particular inside joke, in Final Fantasy XIV there is a species called they're called the Rogadin. They have two variants. One of them is called the Hellsguard. And the Hellsguard names are all, their first name is an adjective, their surname is a noun. So you could have something like soaring eagle, or, whistling dove, or something like that. One of my favourite things to do is to point out law-compliant Hellsguard names where they are completely irrelevant, especially if they would be really terrible names for them. Rage of Unit, the Blaze Blue roguelite. I've heard about this. I actually do want to try that one out. I watched a friend play it, and it does look pretty cool. It is kind of unfortunate, that thing where a lot of the characters in it aren't the ones I super like. But I have heard they're putting Talkaka in it soon, so maybe that'll be enough to get me to give it a try at some point. It does look very fun, though, from what I've seen. Although I think I'll probably be very bad at it. It's 2 hours until Phantom Liberty. Oh, I'm not actually certain which one that one is. That one must have missed me by. Rhea, you've been playing Ultra Kill. Another one I've heard a lot about, but not played a lot of. Cartoon Legend, welcome! Hope you're doing well this evening. We've just been talking a little about general gaming, some fighting game talk, and just setting ourselves in and getting ourselves ready before we hop into Final Fantasy 1. There's Dead Cells. Again, the expansion for Cyberpunk. Right. I never played that one. I have very particular taste when it comes to RPGs, unfortunately, and that sort of first-person action RPG just doesn't really, never really vibed with me. I played, what was it called? The last one I played was Deus Ex Human Revolution, which I know that one's not the best example. I think everyone that's played that game knows the boss fights are a giant mess. That was the last one I played, and I enjoyed it for what it was, but I didn't really feel inclined to go back and play it again, and didn't really sell me on the genre, unfortunately. We give us some character stuff for OCs. We should totally show you all something. I should someday. I'm not going to do it right now, but I have got quite a few OCs, as you well know, Yoni. And of course, you helped me with a lot of the art for them with the shading, so I'd definitely be happy to share them at some point. Funnily enough. Cookie, welcome! I'm doing well, I hope you are as well. Just kind of having a bit of chat before we get started today. Startline. Deus Ex Mankind Divided was my favourite FPS RPG. Was that the sequel, or was that the mobile one? I don't remember. I know that Deus Ex is a very beloved series. It was a sequel, I see. I remember one of my favourite quotes about Deus Ex, which came from the late, great Total Biscuit, which is, there are two games that every time they are mentioned, someone somewhere in the world will reinstall them. The first one is Deus Ex, the other one is Skyrim. The difference is, when they reinstall Deus Ex, they actually play it. When they reinstall Skyrim, they spend a week modding it, and then they remember why they stopped playing Skyrim in the first place. And speaking from personal experience, as someone that's played a bit of Oblivion and Fallout 3 and Morrowind, yeah, that's definitely accurate. Yeah, Luminous, gone too soon. Great, absolute hero he was. One of the first YouTubers I remember really following very religiously, actually. But let's not get too dragged down with sadness today, because we are going to, well, I was about to say we're going to fight Chaos. If last week's stream is anything to go by, there's a real chance we won't be fighting Chaos today, but that's fine. We'll fight Chaos another day, he's not going anywhere. Boost, welcome! What up? Nothing in particular, we were just about to... I was just about to get ourselves started. I hope you've been doing really well. Every time I heard Fight Chaos, my soul would freeze. Edge of Chaos still haunts me. I am... Once I get the deals or something, I am definitely going to get some... if I can work out some sound moves, I'm definitely going to get some Jack quotes, because I am going to Jack post until the day I cease functioning. Even long after the internet forgets that game's existed. Long after it ceases to be funny. I'm pretty sure some people would argue it's already ceased to be funny. I am always going to Jack post. No matter where, no matter when. If someone mentions the word chaos, I will be there to fight chaos. Quickly, you're doing alright, just relaxing. Good to hear, good to hear. What I'd say is, how's it going? You're doing well. Hope you are doing good as well. Starblind. Chaos! I need to kill chaos. It's like a hunger or a thirst. This is the part where I'd put on like Limp Bizkit and walk away, but I don't have any Limp Bizkit on hand. It's so funny, that scene where he does that was actually in the demo, and I think they actually slightly changed it. I don't know why. I forget if they changed the song or the cut-off or whatever. Just getting your rounds in Monster Hunter now. Good to hear, good to hear. Someone showed me a screenshot of the title screen from that, and I was like, wow, this is so threatening. Monster Hunter now. Not later, now. Starblind has a turf fight. My gosh. No problem, Starblind. You have yourself a good time. As I always say, I hope you had a good time here, even if it wasn't necessarily a long time. Monster Hunter eventually. Exactly. I played a little bit of Monster Hunter, and this is going to sound really kind of like a stupid complaint, because I know this is kind of what the franchise is about. I could not deal with the grinding. It kind of was turning me off a little bit. Also, if you've ever seen that one video, I always forget his name, really talented voice actor who does lots of dubs of meme videos, especially with Duke Nukem. I felt bad playing Monster Hunter because I didn't like fighting all the cool monsters, especially when they start limping away, like all injured. I'm like, I'm the real monster here. I want to kill these guys, but they're just minding their own business. But no, we gotta kill them, because I guess that is quite literally the name of the game. The monsters attack us first, Vinvash, but only because we were there. We could have just stayed at home and eaten some Cheetos, you know? I totally get that the grind is the biggest wall to get over in the future. Yes, it really is. The grind really is the biggest wall to get over. I gave it a really honest try. What was it? Oh man, I forget the name of it. Was it Monster Hunter World? The one where... Oh man, I can't remember the name of the giant monster. The final monster was like a giant volcano monster, and you had to shoot it with a Dragonator cannon or something. I played that one, and I think I finished kind of the main story mode. That is what... Okay, thank you, yeah. So I think I finished the main story mode of that. So I did give it a good honest try, but by the time I beat that guy, and it's just like, oh, time to go and fight them again, but they're a bit tougher, I was just like, I think I'm good. Like, they've been pretty damn hunted right now. I think they've learnt their lesson. Oh, it's the one of the more tedious ones. Yeah, that would be pretty typical for my luck to choose one of the worst entries in the franchise to be the one that I give a go. Although, actually, that being said, I did try Monster Hunter Try on 3DS for a little while. I didn't get as far with that one, though. To be fair, though, I didn't have the second thumbstick for that game, and I think that's kind of almost necessary if you're going to play it with a 3DS. At least that's what I gathered from it. Let's see, Sam. About the only time I can play Monster Hunter or games like it is with my buddies online, otherwise I get bored. Yes, I can definitely see that. There are games that I have played. Actually, there's a game that I have played, and Yomi knows what I'm going to say. I have played through Borderlands 1, Borderlands 2, and Borderlands the pre-sequel with Yomi on co-op. And at the time, I remembered enjoying myself and having a good time with it. But the more I thought about it afterwards, the more I kind of analysed the gameplay of Borderlands and really gave it a bit more of a critical look, the more I kind of realised I didn't really enjoy Borderlands that much. I enjoyed it because I was playing a game with my best friend. I mean, it wasn't an awful game. I've certainly played far worse, but trying to play Borderlands single player after playing it with Yomi, I don't think I even made it close to halfway through the game. A real shame, because it kind of one of the rare instances where I look back on a game badly. I don't usually do that with games. But Borderlands is one of the few that I like less the more I think about it, unfortunately. Vinvesh, you love Monster... Honestly, Vinvesh, there's nothing wrong with that. I know plenty of people who love Monster Hunter. There is no, there's no accounting for taste. There are people that like Souls-like games. I can't stand Souls-like games. I've tried Souls-like games, I've given them an honest shake, could not stand them. And yet there are people that love them. Play Dr. Man, welcome. I've played a lot of okay games and had the time of my life because I was with friends. Exactly. That's the exact same approach I'm thinking here. Oh, we found the Souls players in the chat, everyone. They have exposed themselves. No, honestly, if you like Souls games, that's fine. It's just not my cup of tea. I don't like the high lethality of it. The combat is a bit too weighty. I like action games that are very fast-paced, like you Devil May Cry sort of action games. I don't like, as I put it once, I don't like having to buy an engagement ring for every single attack spin I make. But if you like it, that's great. The closest I got to enjoying a Souls-like was, what's it called? Code Vein. I really liked Code Vein. I probably would have finished Code Vein, actually, except for the fact that I realised I missed a collectible that, from what I could gather, was going to screw me out of getting the good ending. And I couldn't go back for it, like it was permanently missable. So that kind of took the wind out of my sails a little bit there, and I'm just like, do I really want to keep playing knowing that this whole save file is effectively doomed now? And it took me out of it a little bit. Yeah, all of my favourite games are Souls games. I can't play with it. You like what you like. I have some games that I like that some people would say are terrible. I mean, I play Yu-Gi-Oh! Of all things. Yu-Gi-Oh! Imagine playing Yu-Gi-Oh!, right? On the topic of Soul... Oh, Post! Have you ever played Remnant from the Ashes? I forgot about that game, but you are 100% right. I have played that game, and I actually really enjoyed that game. It's funny, the only thing that it took me to enjoy a Souls-like game was to put guns in it. Turns out I'm secretly American all this time. No, yes, Remnant from the Ashes, I got that one for free on PlayStation Plus one day. And I was just sitting around, I was kind of bored, nothing to do, nothing was appealing to me. I'm like, oh, this is a free game, I'll give it a try. And yeah, it's I'm not going to say like 10 out of 10 must play, but I would say it's one of those games that I would recommend to people that don't think they like the genre. Like, if you don't think you like Souls-likes, try Remnant, because it does so many things differently, in my personal opinion. You might enjoy it. Funnily enough, that game I got really stuck in like the first area I went to. It was like a sewer area, but I kept getting ambushed by really strong guys, and it was very enclosed. I found it very difficult. After that, though, the game was actually pretty reasonable. The bosses were a bit annoying. The final boss I remember being kind of pooey. Bit of a disappointment, but yeah, good game. Remnant 2 is out. I will have to try that one at some point. I think I enjoyed my time with Remnant 1 enough. I could probably justify actually playing that one. Yo, imagine playing Yu-Gi-Oh, right? Oh man, imagine playing Yu-Gi-Oh. Well, speaking of playing Yu-Gi-Oh, that is what I'm going to be doing on Wednesday. I haven't got anything particular planned for it. Might just be doing a little bit of ranked ladder, but on Wednesday I will be playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel for a little bit. And I will be bringing out the boy. If you know, you know. It's a step up from the original. That's good to hear, that's good to hear. Have I played the older Yu-Gi-Oh! Games? I have played Forbidden Memories. I had Forbidden Memories back in the day. I definitely never got close to completing it, because if you've played Forbidden Memories, you know that game's an absolute wreck of balance. I played exactly one of the Game Boy Color games, but I can't remember what it was. The only memory I have of that game was of, I think it was Ground Attack Bugloth being a card in it. I remember nothing else about it apart from that. And I have played a little bit of Legacy of the Duelist, the first version of it. I thought Souls players would be the most basic people in chat, then you tell me you play Yu-Gi-Oh! Exactly, yeah. Exactly. This is where I, as the non-Souls player, get to tell you to get good. You think you're so good because you can beat Cleric Beast without getting hit and without using any weapons? Well, sure. But can you win a duel after playing into Max C? Exactly. You're playing through the memories right now. Oh, I wish you nothing but luck with that, because I do know that is certainly it is a heck of a thing. I Dawn of Destiny on Xbox, Nightmare Troubadour, and World Chat. Wow, you played a lot, Luminous. I kind of missed out on a lot of that sort of era myself. I played Yu-Gi-Oh! I mean, I played Yu-Gi-Oh! When it first came out. I say I played it. I had a deck of cards that was technically legal, and I mean, I knew the rules kind of, sort of, maybe. It still counts as playing. I didn't actually get back into Yu-Gi-Oh! Properly until last May, when a friend of mine just out of nowhere, completely randomly actually, just said to me, "Oh hey, Helm, you should play Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel. It's completely free. You should download Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel." And I was like, sure, why not? And then I went to Comic-Con and I saw a Babushka, number 41, Babushka, the terribly tight here. And I thought, well, I do like Babushka. He is a very cute card. I'll just buy one copy of Babushka, just to have, this is a nice little collectible, something I can look at on my desk while I was playing Master Duel and smile. And, it's a good thing I don't have a face cam right now, because I could show you I have a literal pile of Yu-Gi-Oh! Cards right here on my desk, including 3 copies of Frog the Jam, 1 Collector's Rare Stake Your Soul, and 2 copies of Magician's Souls, still in top loaders after Yumi sent me them, because they were cheaper over there. Oh, goodness. Been playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Spirit Caller on DS as well? I don't know a lot of the DS ones. I had to check those out at some point. That moment Helm said she'll start the game when 40 minutes has passed. Yeah, I guess you're kind of right. Then we lost Helm to Yu-Gi-Oh! The anime, the last time I watched that was around time of 5Ds. 5Ds is so... Okay, 5Ds is such a good show. Unironically. I used to have a Crunchyroll subscription. I haven't had it for a little while just because... I actually don't have a good reason why. Well, I know why. I really don't watch many TV shows or anything. 5D's nuts! Sorry. That's okay then, Rash. That's okay. I've done that exact one enough times. Belphegor, sorry, welcome Belphegor. Hope you're doing well. Oh, goodness. Yeah, so 5Ds, I watched it on Crunchyroll, and I watched it ironically at first. Belphegor, thank you for the follow. Really appreciate it. I hope you're doing great this evening. So yeah, watching it on Crunchyroll, I watched it ironically, because, haha, I'm gonna watch the silly card games on motorcycle show. It's gonna be so bad, it's gonna be so goofy, I'm gonna watch this and have a good old laugh about it. And I started watching it, and then by the episode 2 or 3, I was kind of watching it unironically. It's actually a pretty good show. If you replace every single card game in that show with a high-speed chase or a fist fight or something, the plot would still work. The card games are just kind of there because they have to be, because it's a Yu-Gi-Oh! Show. You heard 5D was quite good, and you heard correctly. It really honestly is. Honestly, if you get the urge to watch any Yu-Gi-Oh! Show, any Yu-Gi-Oh! Anime, if you want an unironically good show, I would recommend 5Ds. If you want an ironically good show, a kind of very cheesy, very goofy, so bad it's good kind of show, watch Yu-Gi-Oh! GX with the English dub specifically. The English dub cast had so much fun just goofing around with it. For example, there's a character whose voice actor, his performance is just doing a Christopher Walken impression. That's just the character. That's just what he does. There's another one whose character who's a monster rather, a monster whose voice actor is just doing an Arnold impression. It's amazing. Stream Nova Johan, welcome! Hope you're doing well today. Just watch the video because Pegasus is in it. actually, Pegasus is in GX. He only has like a little bit of a cameo role, but the voice actor does kind of reprise his performance there. He's in it for a little bit at least. Honestly, Pegasus, underrated character. Not sort of things like amazing or anything, but he's pretty cool. Not bad. What do you mean? They were all just chilling out in the schoolyard, finding trouble, but not looking, not looking too hard for it. Just kind of casual, just a little bit of, sweep around any trouble around here, and okay, that's fine. Don't look too hard, Pegasus is the most queen person you could also kill him. The funny thing about Pegasus, because everyone that's seen the English dub of Pegasus, everyone knows the performance that the actor gives. I'll try my best here. Pegasus has a rather flamboyant voice, and she seems completely fabulous. But the funny thing is, Pegasus is arguably the most straight character in Yu-Gi-Oh! His plot is literally about him trying to bring back his dead wife. He's one of the few characters that canonically is married in Yu-Gi-Oh! Or, well, was married in Yu-Gi-Oh! Honestly, Plague, I'm not entirely sure that I'm not entirely sure that's, what's the word, autocorrect is incorrect, to be honest. I think you could make an argument that Pegasus is a queen. He could be bi. Yu-Gi-Oh! Bridged, oh, I love Yu-Gi-Oh! Bridged. I adore it. Little Karibo, nothing but respect for the work that man puts in. Yu-Gi-Oh! And Dragon Ball Z Abridged are one of those shows that every now and then they'll just tickle the back of my mind, and I'll just be like, I'm going to sit down and I'm going to watch this entire series, and that's just going to be what I do today. Pegasus is a queen, yeah. Definitely. Interestingly enough, actually, for anyone that doesn't follow the Yu-Gi-Oh! Card game too closely, we're actually getting a new monster type called Illusion, which is curious because, Pegasus had some illusionary type monsters in his deck. It'd be very interesting to see if they actually kind of play with that a little bit. But yeah, it's an interesting type, Yomi. I don't remember too much of the effects, but I know a lot of the ones they've shown off can't be destroyed by battle, but also can't destroy enemy monsters by battle. Because, well, they're illusions. So I guess the idea would be find a way to make your opponent's attack really small, and then everyone just dogpile that one monster. Who cares about defense mode? Kaiba boy. It's not Kaiba boy, it's Kaiba man. Kaiba man is actually a character in GX as well as an actual card. And that's honestly got to be the end goal for anyone that owns a card game company, right? Like, if you own a card game, you kind of have to put a self-insert character for yourself in there, right? Like, that's just mandatory. Oh, for God, the question is, was Yu-Gi-Oh! The original gacha before gacha games were a thing? Well, I guess you could say that. I mean, buying packs is definitely a form of gambling. Doesn't stop me from doing it, though. Occasionally it pays off. Though, yeah, baseball cards, baseball cards were the first gacha when you think about it. It's one of those things I never really considered. I suppose at least you could make an argument that gacha games are at least worse in regard that you don't own anything. Like, if I buy a pack of cards and I pull a collector's rare Dark Magician or whatever, at least I have that card, even if it gets banned later. Which, Max C actually goes for like £10. Surprisingly, I don't know why, it's completely unplayable and they're never going to unban it, but still like £10. But yeah, at least you get to keep the cards. It's not like just data that could be lost at the whim of the developers. Yu-Gi-Oh! Magic cards are so pretty, but I must resist. I would tell you to resist, Belphegor, but unfortunately, I am very well aware resistance is futile in this regard. You cannot resist it. It will happen one day. You'll just be minding your own business, just walking down the street, and then you'll see out of the corner of your eye, oh, there's a Yu-Gi-Oh! Packs there, and they're kind of on clearance. Yeah, I could buy a Yu-Gi-Oh! Pack, just for old time's sake, right? What's the harm? And then you wake up 6 hours later, surrounded by bulk commons and discarded pack wrappers. I mean, maybe it's just me, I don't know. Gumball machines were the very first gacha, they just weren't very collectible. Huh. Yeah, I guess you could argue that. I'm not too sure if we want to go down a huge deep dive of the history of gachas, though. I feel like this is a rabbit hole that could go infinitely deep. If I get into it, I'll let you all know, but I will let you know first. Yeah, well, don't be responsible. I will say this, if you ever find yourself getting back into cards, buying packs is fun. But if you know what you want, don't buy packs. If you know what you want to buy, just go online, buy singles. That will be the best one. Yomi, you're not wrong, but actually, technically, Yomi, you are wrong. Technically, the tallest one was 5'11". So you're actually wrong on that one. Oh. That was definitely my experience of buying. Well, I've had some good experiences of buying packs rather. But for the most part, yeah, if you're gonna buy cards, definitely do it. 5'11" is taller than me. It's taller than me as well. It's about as well. God, don't worry. Opening packs is fun, Leon. You're 100% right, and that is honestly the best reason to buy packs. If you have fun opening the packs, that's a good reason to buy them. As long as you are buying them with the knowledge that most of the value you get may just be out of opening the packs themselves. Might not. You might get lucky. I actually had a really good pull of, I think I pulled 3 collector's rares just out of random boosters. I didn't even have like a whole box. It does smell nice. I'm not going to lie. There is something about the new card smell that is definitely very enjoyable. You found the Dark Elf card and I was like, ooh, I don't know if Dark Elf has been reprinted or not. I'm actually not very well versed in what sets have contained what cards, but I do know Dark Elf is a very good card in older formats. Back then, everyone was like, what? This card requires me to pay life points to attack? I'm not paying this card, I would be dead instantly. Like, you look at Solemn Judgment, it's like, pay half my life points? What are you, insane? And nowadays, Yu-Gi-Oh! Players look at that, it's like, wow, only half my life points and I get to negate whatever I like? I'll run 3! It's your favourite? That's fair. Dark Elf's not a bad card. The old Yu-Gi-Oh! Card arts are definitely a real mixed bag in terms of quality, I'll just say that. It's quite funny, quite a lot of the old Yu-Gi-Oh! Cards also have recolors. Literal just recolors of them. Phenomenaga, let's go! Well, I showed you that card the other day, Yomi, you could arguably make a case for being Phenomenaga support, so... Offering empty card packs, yeah, right? Oh my goodness. Well, we'll be having plenty of you. Gray, welcome! Welcome aboard, Gray! Hope you've been doing well. Oh, thank you. Thank you for the follow as well. We've been talking about Yu-Gi-Oh! And the effects it can have on one's wallet. And of course, Yu-Gi-Oh! will be Wednesdays. We'll do some Master Duel on Wednesdays, and I'll be busting out my special boy. And if you don't know who the special boy is, well, you'll find out on Wednesday, if you're here, of course. Yes, Gray, Yu-Gi-Oh! Oh, dear. Well, guys, I could happily sit and chat for a while, but I believe there is a quest ahead of us that we need to get done. We've restored the power of the Earth Crystal, and we've got 3 more crystals to get restored, and they're not going to get restored if we just sit here doing nothing, are they? So, if I could just ask you all to keep your hands clear of the doors, I will meet you over by the game screen in just a moment. Here we are, and we're already on the loading menu. So, just for anyone that maybe wasn't around during our last stream, we had some unfortunate, well, I say we had some unfortunate incidences. The Red Mage had some unfortunate incidences, as we will soon see. I'm just going to load the file, and I'll show you what we're dealing with. Alrighty, so we are right here outside the town of Melmond. This is the... Well, it's kind of about the 1/3 point of the game, I'd say, give or take. Cyril, welcome! We are just getting loaded up here. Hope you're having a great evening. So, let me show you guys what I'll send out heads and incidences when I load up the party menu here. So, we have our party. We have our warrior, Asuna. We have our red mage, Chat. We have our white mage, Aquarina. And our black mage, Yomi. Luminous, I did warn you. Please be careful. We do not accept liability for any incidences caused by misuse of the door. Anyways, so those of you who are more astute, or at least those of you who have eyes, may realise that Chat's kind of lacking in the HP department. So, I actually was curious about this, because this seemed like extraordinarily bad luck, right? Because The Red Mage is kind of the jack of all trades. They're not exactly good at any one thing in particular, but they're not meant to be bad at any one thing in particular, and yet they're absolutely lagging behind Aquarina. So I actually went out of my way, I rewatched the VOD of the first part, and I tracked every single level up that the party has had up till this point. And I then compared this to a table of their guaranteed level ups, or rather the stats that they're guaranteed to get while leveling up. And the funny thing is, Aquarina has only had one more bonus HP level up compared to chat. So, from what I gather, it actually seems that chat, or rather the Red Mage just has really bad HP growth, worse than I remembered. The White Mage actually does just, on average, get more HP than the Red Mage. Which is a bit strange, but it is what it is. I suppose at least the Red Mage has got the defenses to make up for it. The last time we were here, we restored the light to the Earth Crystal. As you can kind of see in the HUD, it's a little bit hard to tell. It is glowing though, it was much more faded before we got to this point. Be a jack of all trades except in card score. Kind of, although funnily enough, our level ups have been pretty good. Funnily enough, Yomi, of all our level ups, you have had the best bonus level ups. You might not think so, to look at these stats necessarily, but, well, here's just a quick breakdown of everyone's bonus level ups. Asuna has had one bonus HP level up, and when I say one bonus HP, that means that they get about 20 to 30 bonus HP per level up. So they've had one bonus HP level up, 2 stamina, 1 agility, and 3 luck. Chat, the Red Mage, has had 1 HP level up, 3 strength, 3 stamina, 3 agility, and 2 luck. Aquarina, the White Mage, has had 2 HP, 3 strength, 2 stamina, 3 agility, and 1 luck. And then Yomi has had a 1 HP, 5 strength, 2 stamina, 4 agility, and 5 luck level ups. Unfortunately, luck is not really that good of a stat in this game. I think it just affects your ability to run away. But, Yomi, you're lucky! Yay! Kind of, maybe, sort of, perhaps. Okay. So with that done, there was one thing that I did realise was 2 things I realised I'd forgotten when watching the VOD. The first is I don't think I actually checked the weapon and armour shops in this town. We bought our magic here, but I don't remember if we actually checked these stores, so we're going to see. We have got Crosier, Longsword, Falchion. Okay, I think we maybe actually did check these shops. Either we did check these shops or I just don't have anything good. I'll just double check the armour shop first. Okay. Oh, right, let's have the Knight's armour. Silver armour. Okay, we are going to grab a silver armour for Yomi, that's really good. The Knight's armour would be nice, but it's kind of a bit of an extravagance at this point. The fighter's defense is so high that they basically only take 1 damage anyway, so we can just keep them on that for now. And we're probably going to want the gold going forward. Another thing I'm going to do, that I almost forgot to do, we have the Coral Sword, which is slightly worse than the Longsword, but it is effective against aquatic enemies. We're about to get on the boat, so I'm going to put that on the Red Mage. Oh, another thing, just on the subject of stats and this game, is that how Yomi's been surviving every spontaneous combustion flask? I can only assume so. Either that or Yomi's got a lot more healing potions hidden away than I realised. Yeah, going back to stats real quick, I mentioned this during the first stream, but I forgot, yes, this is the Pixel Remaster of Final Fantasy I. The original. Well, the remake of the original. Back when characters didn't even have names, they were just Red Mage, White Mage. So one thing I mentioned during the first stream that I want to do a small kind of correction on is how accuracy works in this game. So the way that accuracy is calculated in this game is every 32 accuracy you have gives you an extra hit. This caps at 255. However, in this particular version of the game, accuracy is not written as a number, but a percentage. So the warrior here has 35% accuracy. That is 35% of 255, which is not very helpful for calculating. I don't know why they chose to do it this way. I'm sure there's probably some number I could work with off this, but I'm too lazy, frankly. But that is how that works for the attack values, at least. That was the one thing I'd remembered sort of. I went and checked later. For now, though, with our shopping done, there is just one more small, itty-bitty bit of backtracking that I want to do first, because we've retrieved the Mystic Key. We're just going to run away for now, because I think we're already slightly over-leveled, so I don't want to get too many bonus encounters going right now. But yeah, there is one place that we can open with the Mystic Key that I actually forgot about. I don't actually remember what the loot is here. It might just be a couple of potions, but since I'm kind of doing about as close to a full clear of this game as you can get so far, I figured I might as well show it off, even if it's not really that worthwhile. Axel, welcome! Hope you're doing well. Backtracking in my Final Fantasy game, at this time of day, in this game hall. May I see it? Yes, you may. We're just going to go back to the Chaos Shrine, which is currently devoid of chaos. Chaos is currently not present. But there are 2 rooms in the Chaos Shrine that those of you that were here when we went here the first time may remember were actually locked the first time. So we're just going to go and open those up and see what's inside. It might not be worth it might just be potions, but it's only a small walk, and we're only getting bothered by goblins, so what's the harm? So cool, the 2 doors on the right here. Remember, it's not running away, it's advancing in the opposite direction. Correct! If there's more than one of you, it's called a tactical retreat. And thankfully, we're so over-leveled here that nothing here is dangerous, we're just... Ooh! I don't know what that does, let's have a look-see. Rune Blade. Effective against spellcasters. Huh. Well, it's quite like... It's the same as the... Slightly worse than the Worm Killer. Maybe we'll use that later. I don't know too many... I don't know what enemies in this game would be classed as spellcasters. I know there's the Disco Demons that are like wizards, but... I'm not sure. Probably would have been better if we got that on the way out of this area, but it's fine. Alright, let's see what's in this one. Oh, a Werebuster? I'm guessing that's like for like monsters or beasts. Okay, yeah, extra damage against beasts. And there's a bit of a name though. You might not want to go around yelling you've got a Werebuster. That seems like it could be a bit sussy in the long audiences. And we get Gold Needle, which kills paralysis? No, petrification. If you remember right, it has a chance to cause science. Really? Interesting. I'm not, because I'll admit, I have an approximate knowledge of a lot of this game, but there's a lot of gaps in that knowledge for certain. It's clearly for werewolves. Yeah, funny enough, the werewolves in this game are just regular wolves, but they call them werewolves. I guess a werewolf in its wolf form is basically just a wolf. Huh. Never thought about that too much. Anyway, that detour didn't take us too far out of our way. Actually, because we just instantly run away from these guys. So, we're going to get back on the boat. Running away for the moment. We'll start doing some encounters again in a little bit. As you can see, we're pretty over-leveled for this particular part of the game right now, so it's... I don't even think these guys would be worth the experience points it takes us to kill them. Come on, let's just get out of here. On the plus side, that should be more or less the last time we need to go to that particular part of the game until... Well, you'll see. So I'll just show you guys where we're going to be going for our next destination, because, as I've said many times, this game... what is the map again? Right, exit. This game is not good about telling you where to go. So, I'll grab my cursor here. We are here. And where we need to go next, we're going to go down here, down south. We're going to go off the left side of the map, and we'll loop around to here. And we're going to come down to this part of the map here. This is our next destination. Actually, I think it specifically is here as the port. You can kind of see it on the map there. Again, I don't know how the game expects you to know this. I guess they just expect you to wander around until you find something interesting. Yes, you can do that. This is a round map. Good thing too, because it'd be a bit of a pain to get to if it wasn't. I do know some games that have world maps that aren't, circular. Golden Sun, actually, one of my favourite games. That game, not only was the map not, what's the word? It didn't loop back on itself, but if you went to the very edge of the map, you could see the edge of the world, and there was just like a waterfall going into a void. Very, very cool. Not many games do that for some reason. You know what? I will fight you guys, because you drop a decent amount of money at least. Oh, wow. Okay, I guess the Buccaneers count as aquatic, because that was definitely the bonus damage from the Coral Sword there coming in. We'll just go down a little bit, and should be there soon. Now we can start beating guys up again, why not? Jeez, that Coral Sword's put in the work. I think I always forgot about the Coral Sword when I was doing this, when I was playing this game normally. Casually, I should say. Alright, here's our port. Here's some guys that really don't want to dock at it. Easy peasy. Alright. I'm going to do a quick save here, because this part of the map actually has new enemies in it, and they're not mega difficult, but they're definitely tougher than what we've seen before. A good kind of benchmark. Oh. Well, the game can just prove me a liar and just give us more of these guys before we fought, but sure, why not? We'll just try. Yeah, we'll go to a town soon. We can go ham with the fire archers, I think. That's a lot of damage. It's always nice to have Blaster Caster for these random encounters. Alrighty. I still can't get over how good the spells look in this. Yeah, right? The spell effects are really nice. They don't necessarily look like what I think of for pixel art. They're a bit more high fidelity, but they look really nice. Alright, so what was this town called again? Hold on, I missed the text box. We are at Crescent Lake. And this is where we get Princess Mimataki, welcome! Hope you've been having a good evening. And oh my goodness, we got our follow goal. We got our 130 follow goal. Thank you. Thank you for being our 130 follow, Princess Mima. Thank you so much. I was just happy to get any other people, but heck yeah. Ah, thank you guys. It's awesome. Oh, thank you. Well, let's not keep you guys waiting then. So, we're gonna just check our shops as usual. First thing we do in any town. And see what we've got. So we've got Mithril Mail, Mithril Shield, Buckler, Mithril Helm, Mithril Gloves. Pretty good gear. Pretty pricey gear. We'll check the spells first, because I think the spells are more important. And we'll check the weapons as well, actually, why not? Weapons also very important. Mithril Knife, Mithril Sword, Mithril Hammer, Mithril Axe. These guys are kind of big on the Mithril. A great evening, I switched mattresses for my bed. Did some deep cleanings on a critical call for 3 hours. Awesome! I'm glad you're doing well. I'm glad you got a nice new mattress and stuff. I need to get myself a new mattress, actually. My mattress has like one spring in the corner of it that is kind of collapsed. It doesn't seem to be able to spring back up anymore. And it's fine. It's not like where I sleep. It's down where my feet are, but it's kind of annoying. Iris! Iris, thank you for the raid. Oh my goodness. Welcome. Welcome, Iris, and welcome, Raiders. I hope everyone's been doing well. Iris, thank you for the follow as well. What have you been up to, Iris? I hope you've been doing well this evening. Lily Leviathan, thank you for the follow as well. Oh, wow, so many people arriving at once. There's enough chairs for everyone. A memory foam mattress and memory foam pillows. Is having a good time? Awesome. Good to hear it. Thank you so much for the raid, though, Iris. Really appreciate it. I need to catch some more of your streams. The few I've been able to get in on, I've really enjoyed. It's just, you know how it is, scheduling and whatnot. Welcome, everyone. Welcome, raiders. Hope you've all been doing good at wake up. I mean, the only person that needs to wake up here is chat. Look at this HP. Terrible HP growth. We're just doing some shopping and getting some... Oh, Lily, thank you. Thank you so much. We are just about to do some shopping for some spells here, and we've got some good options here, actually. Alright, so stone here cures stone. Stone in this game is a instant death status. Character gets turned to stone, they can't act. If all party members are dead or stone, it's a game over, so that's not a bad option. Exit, we actually can't learn yet. Which is strange, we have a white mage in our party, but we can't learn this white magic. Huh. Curious how that works. Proterer is something we will probably buy. Raising the whole party's defense, always great. And Invisiva is raising the whole party's evasion. I actually don't know how good this one is. I've used this one before. Oh, who indeed, Dr. Leon? I wonder. Curious that. Maybe we'll figure that out later. If you know, you know. But I'm not going to spoil it if you don't. So Invisiva is one that I've used a lot of the time, but I actually don't know how good it is. So we might pass up on that one. Let's see what our black magic options are, because we definitely don't have the funds to hit everyone out right now. We get Thundarga, very good. Death, which just kills enemy. I believe in the NES version this spell is literally just called Kill. Quake, I have no idea what this spell does. I don't think I've ever cast a spell. I'm assuming it's like an AoE instant death spell? Maybe? If we get so much money that I don't know what to do with, maybe I'll buy it just to test it out. And we have Stun, which paralyzes enemy, and I will not be buying this. Stun, stats effects in this game, I don't know what it is. I can never get them to stick to any enemy, so yeah, we're not going to get doing that. I think we'll grab a Thundarga, because that's a level 6 spell, Fiona. And then we'll go and grab one white magic spell for Aquavina. Yes, same artist as Yomi. Did amazing work with the model, I could not be happier. I think we'll grab Hotel for Aquavina right now. And that's us poor. Well, not poor, we got a bit of money, but we're going to go invest at the inn. And then, I hope you guys are ready, because a very exciting thing's about to happen. We are about to get plot in Final Fantasy I. This is the last plot we're going to be getting for some while, so you guys had better enjoy it. This game is not a game for plot. Wait, this... Okay. For a moment there, I thought these ones had writing on them. So we're going to go over to this side area, where we will find a circle of old men. Just what we needed. Perfect. Funnily enough, this guy here with the unique sprite, in the NES version, he had the exact same sprite as all the other old men. You can obviously tell from looking at this guy he's got something important to say because he's got a unique sprite, but NES game? No idea. So we're going to go around and talk to these guys, and this is our plot dump. Take notes. Don't worry about taking notes, there will not be a test. 12 sages are we, guided to this land by the stars and prophecy. 4 great crystals exist in this world. The light that once shone within them is now lost. The 4 fiends of chaos block the power of the crystals, claiming it as their own. Fire, earth, water, and wind. These are the 4 forces that compose our world. The source of the 4 forces are the altars scattered throughout the world. Defeat the fiends that have taken root there and lift the crystals you carry to the altar. The crystal should regain its brilliance. Imagine how silly this guy would feel if it turned out I was actually incorrect. The 4 fiends plot to rule the world, both past and present. A fiend of wind appeared 400 years ago, followed 200 years later by the fiend of water. Together they laid waste to the civilization to the north. The fiend of earth rots the land. That's all he's got to say. Where the fiend of fire passes, all is engulfed in flames. When all 4 crystals shine once more, return here. Wait, return? Return here? I don't remember. I don't actually know if he has a reason to return here. All will be revealed. I'm going to make a note of that. I'm going to try and remember to return here, because I genuinely don't remember if there's actually anything going on here if you do. Bring the light of the 4 crystals to us, warriors of light. Only you can do this. The volcano Mount Gulg rises to the west of this town. The fiend of fire long slept within its passages, but she has woken 200 years before her time. Vanquish her before the world is consumed in flame. Well done, warriors of light. You have defeated the fiend of earth and restored the crystal's light. Sadly, this has drawn the notice of the fiend of fire, who was not to have stirred for another 200 years. Take this canoe and go face the fiend in Mount Gulg. I'm going to be entirely honest. I actually thought that it was the guy in blue that gave us the canoe. I didn't think it was this guy. Aquavina, welcome! We have not gained any level ups yet, but chat is still lagging healthily behind you, as you can see. Nemo, enjoy your luck! Oh! This is okay! In the first part, In the first part, the king mentioned Lucan's prophecy. I thought Lucan was the name of the king's advisor. Turns out this is Lucan. I just remembered wrong. I am Lucan. I see a cycle of wrath, a dim light, guided by destiny, about which our entire future revolves. That's it. They gave this man a unique name and a unique graphic just to say that. I'm a healer. Why am I so healthy? Well, I mean, Ocarina, you need to be healthy. You're the healer. What do you do if the healer dies? Zaradara! Strange old men hanging out in the woods. Babbling about crystals, chaos, the end times, and feats of fire. Are these dudes from my neighborhood? I'm kind of concerned about what... Well, I'm concerned and curious about what your neighborhood might be like. So, we actually do have a choice at this point. So these guys have been rambling about the Fiend of Fire and how we should go and fight them. Spoiler alert, this is not a game with a time limit. PK Ninja, no problem, enjoy your luck. And good luck with the homework. Is that the appropriate wish to give you? I hope the homework's not too hard. But yes, they've been rambling about the Fiend of Fire. However, we have a choice at this point in the game. And maybe I'll give you guys a choice, because we can go to do one of two things now. We can either go and vanquish the Fiend of Fire, or we can go to an ice cave. And the ice cave might lead to something a little bit special. What do you guys think we should do? Do you think we should go ice cave, or do you think we should go fire? In fact, I can remember... Nope, I was going to try and do a poll, but I can't remember how to do it. I'll figure it out eventually. Just one of your relatives, and if you throw a piece of chicken about quite down a bit further. Is it just exclamation mark poll? Yeah, if you could, I would appreciate it. I was trying to figure it out here. / poll. Thank you, thank you. It does not seem to be giving me the option here for some reason. Let me try exclamation mark poll, if that does it. No, that doesn't seem to be doing it either. / poll? Oh, it's for affiliate. Okay, that's fine. That's not a problem. ID, welcome. That's not a problem. We were just about to decide whether we go to the ice cave or if we were going to go and tackle the Fiend of Fire. Though, looking at what chat seems to be saying, I think we pretty much don't need to worry about the poll anyway, because it seems like the unanimous option is the ice cave. ID, thank you. Well, here's hoping, eh? Well, since everyone seemed to be, from what I saw advocating for the ice cave, we're going to try the ice cave. Yeah, now I know for later, Goblin, thank you. We'll do a quick save, so... Of course you guys chose the ice cave. This is technically the harder part to do. Soulstone, welcome! And with IOC and total follow and support for another cool stream. Thank you so much. Karina, thank you as well. So, okay, so I'm going to try and move the cursor out of the way real quick, and I'll use my actual cursor. So, we're going to be making our way through... Oh, where's the cursor shot? There we go. We're going to be making our way through these wobbly waterways. Here is where the Fiend of Fire is, and here is where the ice cave is. And the ice cave, I think you're intended to do second. But you know what? We're over-leveled anyway. Let's go for it. I believe in us. I also believe we can beat up this troll who's having an extremely bad day. Oh, well, I actually did a bit more damage than I was expecting. Double crits. Very nice. Wow, even Yomi's actually doing alright with the damage. Goblin Alien, no problem, you enjoy your luck. As I always say, I hope you had a good time, even if not necessarily a long time. Well, on the plus side, these guys are... Oh, you know what? One more preparation I forgot to make, chat. Just like last time, we're playing this the ultra uncool way. We're going to load up on as many curatives as possible. Calmatives, curatives, restoratives. If you've played Final Fantasy 16, that line may be burned into your mind by now. Alright, we've got 1 billion potions now. We should be good. Yes, exactly. I will win by being rich. Screw the rules, I have money. Another quick save, because I'm paranoid. And let's check the map. So we need to go... We're going left, then up. Oh wait, do we? Oh wait, we actually need to go to another port. That's fine, we can get there. Now that we have the canoe, we can just cross over these shallow waterways very easily. Just gonna auto-attack these guys, because they're clearly not a threat to us right now. Oh, hi, the troll actually has regen. Just like an actual D&D troll. That's kind of neat. It's almost like this game's inspired by Dungeons and Dragons or something. Couldn't imagine that. Oops. There we go. Well, I mean, we're not scared of these guys. Yeah, even Aquarina, even Yomi can one-shot these guys. Yeah, easy peasy. Oh, they're actually dropping more potions for us, that's kind of funny. Unfortunately, I think we're capped on them, so I don't think we can buy any more. Or carry any more. Exactly, even the healer can one-shot these guys. Funnily enough, although the White Mage has better HP, let's see. We've got 4 HP, got agility and stamina. Yes! Good HP for chat. I didn't save the whole table. I didn't want to spoil myself when the good level ups were coming for chat, so we could be more excited when we actually get them. We need to go to this port here. And we're gonna get an random encounter again. We're actually gonna save again. I know I've been saving a lot. We're gonna save before we get into the canoe, because these waterways definitely have new enemies, and they are surprisingly tough for this point in the game. And we are kind of sequence breaking this slightly. We will have to go back and do you know what? Let's just do a 10. We will have to go back and deal with the fire fiend at some point, but we can save them for later. I think it's actually possible to do every single fiend out of order. I think the earth fiend you have to do first. I'm not sure if you can get the canoe without them. So we need to go squinting at this map real quick. It's not very helpful. Up and around? Is it? I think it's up and around. We'll figure it out. We'll get there eventually. Yeah, these guys. Ambushed. These guys? Not the most deadly things, but I mean, they did 17 damage to the... Okay, yeah. See? These guys hurt. These guys hurt a lot. We're going to have Aquarina heal herself, and we're going to drop a Thunder Dart on these guys. The question is, where do we store the canoe we don't use it? I think officially it's either a magic canoe or a folding canoe. I think they might have changed the flavor. Did you just notice the part where those guys did not die to Thundara? Yeah, we are slightly over our head here. We'll be fine. We can do this. But... Okay, yeah. As I said, it's fine. Everything's fine. Yomi's not allowed to die. We'll just give Yomi a cure. She's still good. We'll just cast Thunder. Yeah, almost one-shot Yomi. These guys are tough. We are definitely expected to do the... We could come back later. Honestly, I don't mind doing this first. I think we're a little over-leveled for the fire cave anyway. So, we'll be fine. Yeah, we'll just look around. Funny enough, from what I remember, the waterways that we're in now, I believe the enemies here are actually stronger than the enemies in the ice cave we're going to. And here we have an Ochu, classic Final Fantasy monster. This is kind of like I always think of Ochu as kind of a little brother to the Marlboros. Pretty tanky guys as well, look at that, we're doing like nothing to this guy. Even the fire didn't do a lot. I mean, we got him, but if we run into a few of those guys, we might be in a bit of trouble. It does look like a little skirt buffalo, you're right. I think the Final Fantasy X ones kind of have that going on as well. Alright, you know what, we're not playing around. These guys want to come in hard, we'll come in hard. We'll hit them with the Fire Auger. Let's cure them with Red Mage because it's a little low, and we'll go for a... See how I deal with Yomi Fire Auger. That did not as much as I was hoping it would do. And that did a lot more than I was hoping it would do. Don't kill chat, don't kill chat. Please don't kill chat. I mean, I can revive them, but please don't, that'd be annoying. Rip. Alright, chat, good job, you died. I think everyone has officially died in this run at least once. Thankfully, we have the life spell. We also have 2 crocodiles to deal with still, which is kind of annoying. Don't kill Aquarina. Edge. Chat is dead. Okay, it's fine. We'll patch you up after. Ocarina getting even more... Oh no, that was a low HP up. Okay, we'll just... you know what we'll use? Have we got any Phoenix Downs? We have no... I forgot to buy Phoenix Downs. That's okay, we have life spells. Life spells and a billion potions. We'll just shove all of them. There we go. Oh, I do apologize as well. The controller is a little clicky. I had to buy a new controller. Well, I didn't have to. I wanted to buy a new controller. This game is compatible with the Xbox controller perfectly fine. I have a... what do they call it? The PS5 controller. I think it's called DualSense. It kind of works with the DualSense, but not really. If you plug in the DualSense, it still shows the Xbox buttons, and none of the face buttons match up. Thankfully, you can rebind them, so that part's not a problem. The weird part is, though, with the DualSense, it will detect the analog stick, but it will not detect the D-pad. And personally, I can't stand playing this game with analog stick only. This is a fairly tough encounter. These scorpions do hit kind of hard, but we should be able to just take another big thunder. Let's try Thunder. Let's see how that does. That's better. That's the kind of damage we want to see out of Yomi. We're fine, we're fine. Like I said, the waterways was honestly the part I was more worried about. So we are going to replenish some resources here. We're going to use ourselves a... Where's my tents gone? We'll use a tent. We can get more tents, we don't need them, but we really want to have our resources as full as we can get for this area, because it is kind of tough. Not the hardest area in the game, but... yeah, we are slightly under. Welcome to the Ice Cave, in which... ah. I did not remember that this used the Matoya's music. Weird. That's fine. And we get a White Dragon. These guys have a AoE ice attack, which is pretty nasty. We could use fire spells on them, but I think we can probably just... because there's only one, we could probably just get away with just beating up. Yeah, that'll do. Actually, you know what? Now that we're off the boat as well, let's give our Red Mage the Worm Killer back, because there are ice dragons in here, so we want to have a sword for that. I could see that that's a lot of damage per sound, but could... maybe! I am nothing if not well versed in the culture of ancient memes. Some Vit to the Spectre. I think the Spectre can paralyze. Ooh, we'll go for a Dia spell, see what that does. Got a fire out. Excuse me. I have a very good memory of one particular encounter that you can find in this area that involves these guys. If we run into it, I'll point it out. Just chuck some potions, keep our strength up. See, the thing is as well, is while this isn't necessarily a very cool way to play with a billion potions, this is very authentic to the 3.5 Dungeons & Dragons experience. As anyone that's played that game will tell you, you just grab a bunch of oh my goodness, man! Melanie, welcome! Oh my goodness, thank you for the raid! Welcome, raiders! I hope everyone's having a good evening tonight. We are just going through the Ice Cave in Final Fantasy 1, and I hope everyone's so Kasai, thank you for the follow! Oh my goodness, thank you everyone! How are you doing, Melanie? What were you up to? And that's what you're up to while we're busy pummeling these guys. First Helm-Chan stream, yeah! This is technically my second stream, but this is the first one I think you made for. Chris, I'm doing great. Hope you are as well. Doing your arm on the Nuzlocke, excellent. I hope it's been going well for you. Let's see here. We'll just try Thunder out here, why not? Wanted to come bring you more love and ice from Mrs. Ah, oh, thank you so much. I definitely need to find a time to join some of your streams sometime. I've seen your streams and they've always been at times when I was like, I got other things going on, but I want to be in streams, but I can't. I promise you I will repay you for make time for it sometime. And yes, Sora, I am a perfectly normal robot maid. Parkour God of War, great name, thank you for the follow. What did Ocarina say here? If you use math, it's slightly better to mix lower level potions together, even with the risk of failures, than it is to make and buy higher level ones based on both the amount of yield and cost. Oh, and the time to craft into position. You are entirely correct. In a Pathfinder, which is my system of choice, And in 3.5, the trick was you make wands of cure light wounds, and after combat you just sit there while your cleric just goes poke, poke, poke. Oh, Sins, thank you for the follow as well. If I miss anyone out, I do apologise. I can assure you it's not intentional. I'm just a bit scatterbrained sometimes. But yes, Final Fantasy is going well. We're working our way through the Ice Cave right now, which is a little bit out of order. We're doing a slight bit of sequence breaking here, but it'll pay off. You're right, both. Really? Rebel Maiden Hot as hard as it? I never thought about that. Pathfinder 2nd Edition. I need to give 2nd Edition a much closer look. My system of choice is 1st Edition. I actually own every single Pathfinder 1st Edition book. All the hardback books, at least. And so it's kind of my forever system. Oh, Twin Egg, thank you! Thank you. But yeah, 2nd Edition, it's weird. I looked at it, and I'm like, this looks okay, but I already know I like 1st Edition, and just by nature of it being a new system, it's not going to have as much content, you know? Oh, create work in your own system, it's tough, definitely. I will say, if you need a min-maxing munchkin to try to break it so you can balance it better, feel free to send it my way sometime. I love trying to optimize systems. And for anyone that thinks min-maxing is a dirty word, it isn't. There's nothing wrong with playing an optimized character as long as you are playing a character. There's a difference between playing a stat stick on legs and playing a fighter or whatever that just happens to be good at the job they're supposed to be doing. Helm-Chan is a 1st Edition, thank you! My collector's rare. So, thankfully, this game has a nice little mini-map we can bring up, and we can see, in this case, we can go either way, it doesn't matter. And yes, Yomi, you are correct. Yeah, you should always try to break your game before you release it. Oh, hey, it's Dark Wizards! I can't remember exactly what these guys do. I think they're basically like Astos, but slightly weaker. Let's see how they handle a Thundaga. I don't wish to be sounding cynical, right? Okay, we're fine. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Everything is fine. What are you talking about? Nothing went wrong. We didn't really die. Yeah, I did say we are slightly under level for this part of the game. You know what? You know what we're going to do? We're going to try giving that rune sword to Asna. Because it says that it's strong against spellcasters, so maybe it works well against the wizards there. 1 second. Excuse me. I think a fly flew into one of my vents. Anarchy Atomica, thank you for the follow. Let me see, just catching up on chat real quick. I feel like you only gave me a suggestion for this, but my brain forgot, and I go to make a tech monk in a TTRPG because I love technology and I love punches. Yes, I was there when Yomi actually mentioned that. In Pathfinder, there is a brawler archetype called the Constructed Pugilist, where you get a robot arm and get to punch things with it. It's very, very cool. How strong has the party gone? Well, not too much stronger, Chris. We've only been a couple of levels so far this session, but we're slowly getting there, apart from the part where we nearly all got probably murdered. Have you tried reasoning with the enemies? Words are more powerful than a blunt object thrown really hard. I mean, maybe? I don't think they're really willing to listen. I don't think it's quite that kind of game, unfortunately. I mean, the skeletons here don't even say nyeh. Does that class get any kind of weapons? So in Pathfinder, you do get weapon proficiencies. I believe the Brawler gets access to all simple weapons and certain martial weapons. But the great thing about Pathfinder, part of why I am such a Pathfinder shameless shill, is that you can do more or less anything you want with it once you know the system. I always say to people when I'm trying to teach them the game, tell me what you want to do with this in the game, and I will find a way for you to be able to do it. Might take you a few levels, might be able to get there right away, but I can probably figure out a way for it to make it happen. I don't have to do with half of the monsters here, like we're going to exactly, yes. Pathfinder, yes, Vinpesh, Pathfinder is based off of 3.5 edition. It is, I like to think of it as, I like to think of Pathfinder 1st edition as being Dungeons & Dragons version 3.75. Because it really is just built off the back of 3.5, but with a lot of improvements. things like spot and listen are now one skill, just perception. Hide and move silently got combined into just stealth. And there's no more use rope skill because literally no one ever used it. Also, grappling is no longer the worst thing ever. Anyone that ever tried to do a grappling build in 3.5 edition, if you ever got away with it, then I commend you, because no DM I ever knew would let me do a grapple build because grappling in 3rd edition was the worst thing ever. It was like, you needed a huge spreadsheet. I wanted to try Pathfinder, never found anyone to play. Well, I mean, I'm a little bit busy on my schedule, but I'm always up for Pathfinder. It is a system that anyone can say, hey, you want to play Pathfinder? I'll be like, what time? Can't focus anything right now, but down the line, perhaps. I love me some Pathfinder. I'm actually on a secret side quest to play every single class in Pathfinder at least once. I've done most of them. Oh, I just wasted a DS box, I wasn't paying attention. Whoopsie. Okay. Bad HP for chat. At least we now know. So, for those that came in late, I found out that chat's HP growth is actually not that bad. They've technically had slightly better HP growth than they should have had. Aquarina, I think, is having exceptional HP growth, however. What did you say, Yeti? So the only thing I've seen worse than 3.5 grappling is when they tried to add psionics. Oh, 3.5 psionics. I have a real gripe with 3.5 psionics because, in my opinion, they're extremely busted. Psionics, so in this game that we're playing right now, we have spell levels. So right now you can see chat could do 7 level 1 spells or 6 level 2 spells, and that's it. They can't use the lower level slots for higher level spells. That's fine, no problem with that. That's how most of the classes work in D&D. In 3.5's psionics, they don't get that. They get a pool of MP they can spend as they see fit, which I see as really unfair because it's kind of like, well, the problem with that is now you can spend 100% of your MP on your best spells, as opposed to if you have spells per day, you can only spend, say, 5% of your MP on your best spells. So it's an awkward thing. There was also a really broken build that a friend of mine figured out. To be fair, my friends are also min-maxers. I do not begrudge them for min-maxing the game at all. I begrudge the game for allowing it in this way. But there's some sort of psychic warrior thing you could do with it. I forget exactly how it works. Shivo, welcome! We're just working our way through the ice cream right now. I hope you've been having a good evening. Yes, summer, there is an optional way for you to do it. That way does help a little bit, but I hate the fact that it's a optional rule for the most spellcasters, and it's the default for the psionic spellcasters. Our fantasy is going well. We're working our way through the ice cave. We've temporarily skipped past the Fiend of Fire. We're going to take them a little bit later. We're trying our luck here in this area that we're a little bit under-leveled for. Alright. Oh, Sora. Make me blush. So, this area here, as you can see, there's some cracks in the floor. We step on these cracks, we're going to be breaking through the floor. So we're going to go around. And we find some monsters. Dark Wizards, what we thought these guys are for, and we get the preemptive strike. This should be a pretty easy encounter. We'll hit them with a bit of the Thundaga, and that should be enough. Oh, wow, these guys have got really high defense, I never really noticed. But they're not resistant to thunder, apparently. And we get clothes. We get clothes. Thanks, game! Thank you, game! Thank you for making us fight some monsters just to get the worst equipment in the game. If this contains like a dagger or something, I'm going to scream. This is not me doing a bit. I don't know what's in any of these chests, I can't remember. I think Aquarina has got all that HP at least. Jeez, 333, almost as high as Arsenal, that's insane. There we go, nice and easy. Alright, what's in this chest? Flame? That's a good drop! So, yeah, we're going to put that on our fighter for sure. A fire sword. Well, I mean, we're in the ice area, so it stands to reason everything here will be weak to fire. Good, oh, thank you! Thank you so much! Let's see here. So we've got the flame sword. So that will be very useful here. going back to how nothing works in the NES version, yeah, the flame sword did not work in the NES version. It just had slightly higher attack than the other swords at the time. Also, Stone, thank you, you guys. You guys are really just trying to make me blush today, aren't you? Oh, it's working, so I hope you're proud of yourselves. No, really, thank you all. So, we have this... Oh, well, we fell. Thankfully, it didn't matter that we fell. We had to fall through that anyway. That was intentional. And we have to fight this guy to get out of here. This is mandatory. That is actually how you progress through this dungeon. This encounter, this specific encounter, gave me so much trouble on, I think it was my all-monk run. Because I think every single enemy in this formation has the ability to paralyze. And as you can imagine, when all your guys are just relying on punching things in the face, that doesn't go very well. So we're just going to unload everything we can and try and kill them turn one, which shouldn't be too hard. We got the preemptive strike, so we should be fine. Look at that! 256 damage on a regular attack, not even boosting. Oh, Chris, thank you! I hope everyone's just having a nice time while they're here. I love sharing my knowledge about some of these obscure... I say obscure games, this one's a bit of an older game, more an obscure game, but I love sharing my knowledge with games and just... I hope I can bring good vibes to you guys. As long as everyone's having a good time, that's the only thing I can hope to achieve. So we're going to use our little cheat here, the peek, and we can see there's quite a lot of chests actually here. There's 6 down there, and 2 over there. Alright guys, take your bets. How many of those chests will contain monsters? I'm pretty sure the answer is more than 1. And here we have our first instance of damage floors. Because it's spiky, so every step we take, we're going to take a little bit of damage. First monsters. Oh, Chris is 5. I hope it's not 5, but I genuinely don't remember. All of them could well be. Good and welcome. Thank you for the follow. Thank you for joining. Gonna go donate donate plasma? Oh, goodness. Well, good thing that you're doing there, Parkour God of War. So, yeah. I hope that you're not too woozy afterwards. I've obviously not done that myself, since I kind of lack the required fluids, but I hope it goes well for you. Oh, Chris, yes, thank you. I was so touched when you made that I don't know what the name for it is, the Pixel... Is it Pearl, or is that the name of it? But either way, I was so touching you did that before I even started streaming. Alright, we're going to see what we can do. So we got some ice dragons here, which means I should hate ice. Pixel Hobby, thank you! Thank you. I know... not one of those things I really know the names of. I know that pearls are a thing, but I think they're the round ones, aren't they? So this is what I was saying. These guys have an AoE ice attack. It's kind of nasty. Not many enemies in the game have something like that. Be sure to donate solids and gases too. I guess? Didn't realise humans had donatable gases. May have to reassess what I knew about humans. Regardless, we have the ice armor, which is going to be a huge upgrade for our fighter. Actually, can we put it on our... You can't equip it. Okay, we'll put it on our fighter. As you can see there. So, here's where our little sneaky going out of order here comes into play. The ice armor guards against fire. It doesn't actually make us weak to ice as far as I know, I'm hoping that's correct. But it does protect us from fire. So, now when we go back to the Fire Fiend, we are 100% set. We got the best gear we could need. We get some mithril gloves. Hey, good thing we didn't buy them back in the town. You know what? Can you equip mithril? You can't equip mithril gloves. Okay. The Red Mage does have a very strange equip list. We're gonna just chug some potions before we go to the floor, because we get jumped for at large. Look at that, we've already gone through 60 potions. They're only healing a little bit of HP, but it comes in handy. Alright, and then from here we go down. We go down here, we take the right path, and then we just head straight down. Ooh, Winter Wolves. I believe these guys also have... I think they have like the same breath attack as the... What do you call it? The dragons. Belphegor heading off to sleep. No problem, Belphegor. You have a great sleep. Thank you for joining us tonight. I hope you had a great time while you were here, and I hope you have a great rest. So, while Belphegor's getting a rest, we're going to give these guys a permanent rest. If it's anything but AFK, don't make... No problem, Aquarina. You go ahead and get your food. You'll be here in spirit, in the form of our white mage, even if you're not here in person. So, no, I did not make my own model. My model And you've reminded me that I forgot to put a credits thing that I said I was going to do. My model is by Hanif Rohan on Fiverr. He's the same artist who drew and rigged, well, if you know Yomi's models, he did hers. I definitely need to put a credits on. I forgot to do it after last time, so thank you for reminding me about that. I wish I was talented enough to draw as well. So, this enemy here, I just want to point out this enemy here, the Remoras. I don't know if this is a Dungeons & Dragons monster, but what I do know is that I've only seen this monster in Dungeons & Dragons. And again, just part of my continuous conspiracy theory that this game is just some Japanese guy's D&D campaign. They're actually very cool monsters if you ever see these monsters in Dungeons & Dragons. They're giant, like, centipede things that live in icy areas, but when they get angry, they get red hot. Which is kind of a fun way you can throw your players for a bit of a loop, because they'll go to an icy area thinking, ice will prepare protection from cold and fire weapons and whatnot, but then you hit them with a monster that actually is doing fire damage instead. What did you say? So I've got coffee and it's in my Yomi mug, but hell, one day in the far future, a Helm mug too. I'm not, never say never, I would love that. I'm taking things one step at a time, see how things go. It probably is a lot of 80s and 90s J fantasy stuff is just taken straight from D&D. Exactly. In fact, in this actual dungeon, we're going to find a specific monster that I have a very fun fact about. I'll point it out when we get there. So let's make sure we're topped off, and then we'll just start looting the place. 7,900 gil, 9,900 gil, random encounter. Winter Wolves, yeah. I think I'm going to start running from these guys, there's quite a few of them, and I do want to save some of my MP charges a little bit. Yes! Yomi mug! Yomi mug! Yomi mug! Yomi mug! Hold on. I'm gonna do... I don't know if I can do it. I don't know if it's a affiliate thing, but... Yomi, can you shout yourself out? Shout yourself out, Yomi. I don't know if you can. I don't know if that's an affiliate thing or not. I have no idea. There we go. There we go. I would imagine most people here probably already know Yomi, but on the off chance that you don't, go and check out Yomi. They're my best friend. They're a fantastic streamer, and she just had her first merch drop. Let's go. Lots of great things. Be sure to check them. That's fantastic. And we have monsters. Yeah, there you go, Yomi. I gave you the opportunity to shout out yourself. Let's just speed up a little bit. Oh, we don't want too many of those ice... Okay. So, yeah, the Winter Wolves do have the Ice Storm, but they have much more Magic stat, I think it is, which is why it doesn't do as much damage as the Dragons. Are we going to fail this escape attempt? You know, I'm going to stop running, because we might actually die here if we're not careful. Wait, can we run away, please, guys? Wait, please run away, guys? 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 You're not gonna run away, are you? Okay. We're not gonna be running away. That's fine. You know what? We were just giving them a handicap anyway. We just wanted to give them a chance to be able to feel good about themselves. I'm gonna fight Yalara. I don't think this was a chess encounter. I think this was a... Oh wait, was this a... Dr. Leon, you could be right. I think I zoned out, and I think this might be a chest encounter I was trying to run from. Zamadara, thank you for the follow. So I'm sitting here being a complete fool trying to run away from what might be a chest encounter. What did you say sort of about D&D? I only played D&D 5th edition so far, and I've only played as a monk, which is why I'm so curious about other TTRPG systems and classes. But I will say, 5th edition is not my favourite system. However, it is a fantastic system to learn the... Sorry, let me kill this guy's players. Okay, we're fine. Everything's fine. We're fine. Nobody died. Nobody important. Yeah, all the chest encounters. I should probably be paying a bit more attention. Whoopsie. Yes, 5th edition is not my favourite system. However, it is a fantastic system to learn tabletop RPGs just in general. Kind of the idea of how they go, how they're played, and whether you like them or not. You know, it's entirely possible you could play a tabletop RPG and think, this is not my kind of thing. I know a guy, one of my friends, is big into role-playing just in general, like text role-playing or what have you. But he played tabletop games and he said, I found them really boring. And you know what? That's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. Chris, I'd love to do some combo merch with you at some point. Okay. This time, let's remember, this is a chest encounter, so we can't run away. Okay, we're good. It's the exact same encounter, and they gave us a preemptive strike, because they clearly are feeling sorry for us being fools. How many just... I made that 4, unless I lost track. Which I may have lost track, as we just realised. We should be fine on this one, though. Yeah, so 5th edition... So my grasp with 5th edition, it is a bit slow. I won't... Okay, I'm not going to go into a... Well, that's a lot of gear. I'm not going to go into a huge diatribe about my hot potential takes on 5th edition. My main grasp with 5th edition, I can boil down to 2 things. The first is I don't really like Advantage's mechanic. I don't think it's particularly fun. And I think it's a substitute for a lot of numerical bonuses, which is what I prefer. In the case of Pathfinder, for example, there's lots of stacking numerical bonuses that make it very complicated, but it does mean that your character can be very good at something. If you want to play a bard and be so charismatic that you could convince the king to give you a sandwich or something, you can do that. You can make your diplomacy stats so high that you just walk in and just flex at the king and he's already in the kitchen buttering the toast. You know? Whereas the way that 5th edition has its proficiency system, while that is better for keeping the numbers a lot more contained and a lot more bounded, I find that it makes for less ability to specialize in a way I don't personally enjoy. That's one of my big gripes with the system. Oh, no, more eyes. Oh, an ambush. That's okay, these guys aren't super tough, I don't think. Yeah. They're fine. Yes, beware 4th edition. 4th edition, so I don't like 5th edition much, but I'm not going to say it's bad. Play it, have fun with it. Have fun with whatever you like. The only one that I would actively recommend you stay away from is 4th edition. That is one of the RPG systems of all time. If I can do a bit of shilling, not sponsored at all, this is not a sponsored segment, but one system that I have recently fallen in love with is the system Fabula Ultima. This system advertises itself as a TTJRPG, and it very much has a lot of Final Fantasy DNA in it. It is very shameless about its Final Fantasy inspirations. If you like classic TTRPGs, if you like classic JRPGs like Final Fantasy and you want something that gets that emulation across, give it a check out. The artwork is gorgeous, the system's very fun, it's very easy to learn. Mwah, chef's kiss, I cannot recommend it enough. Yeah, Aquila, you're not wrong. I mean, it was hated for a reason, I'll just say that. I don't think I ever actually played it, but I know me and my friends got together and built characters. We built characters, and by the end of it, we were looking at what we had, and we're like, this does not seem fun at all to play. We're good, thanks. Chris, no, it's not the same as those Ultima. It's fabulous. So, as part of it wearing its Final Fantasy inspiration in its sleeve, it's Fabula Ultima because it translates to last story, or kind of like final, kind of like fantasy. Yeah, you see what they did there? Yeah, not related to the Richard Garriott Ultima games though. Those games are classics, even if they do go a bit off the rails near the end. If you've never heard of Ultima, it is a classic RPG system, setting. I think it was on like the old, what do you call it, like old computer systems, like back before they had proper colours and such. And it starts off as a normal fantasy setting where you've got swords and sorcery and whatnot, and by the end of it, you build a you buy a space cruiser and you go to Mars. And there's like a jester on Mars that you steal a key from. It's wild. The author, Richard Garriott, he based it off of his Dungeons & Dragons games, and they must be the most amazing Dungeons & Dragons games known to man, because they are bonkers. So many subclasses of monk, and it's so crazy to me. The only one I've played is Dungeons & Dragons. But yeah, that's one thing I love. That's one thing I will say, like, 5th edition having its subclasses is very good. I'm not playing again the game of my system's better than yours. Pathfinder has, they call them archetypes, which are similar to subclasses, and Pathfinder has so many archetypes. Like, some days I will just open up Pathfinder books and read them, and I'll still find things I've never heard of before. It's crazy. But like subclasses and archetypes are one of the most fun things that they have, yeah. Yo, you and your jesters. I mean, of course, anyone that saw your model preview the other day knows what we're on about. Alright, let's just pummel this guy. Hey, level up. Another good HP growth, strength, always great. As they're doing very well for us. So we still have actually done what we came here to do, which is that very conspicuous diamond that was in the middle of that cracked floor. We need to go to that. Let's go, demons! Hey, remember when these guys were bosses? Let's see here. We should have better take these guys out like a level 2 star, I'd imagine. Just versus whatever it's similar to jobs. Disco demons. I believe Pisco demon is like, it's something to do with like fish or something? Something like that. Because you know, they've got like the squid heads going on. Okay, yeah, so we're gonna open these chests first. Carefully avoiding the crack in the floor. Get a sleeping bag. And the ice shield. Which, the ice shield guards against fire. So our fighter is going to take no damage at all from fire when we go to the fire cave. We're going to throw a quick save here. I don't think we're going to need it. And we're going to step in the crack. We fall down. And now we can actually get this diamond, which gives us a boss fight. And here is where I have a fun fact for you. So I want you all to take a look at this enemy, this evil eye. This enemy is in every version of this game, except the original Japanese release, the Japanese NES release. I don't know what the name of the enemy is in that version, but in the Japanese version of the NES game, this enemy has multiple eyes on stalks and a much rounder body. In other words, this thing was literally a beholder. Yes, literally a beholder. If you look up those sprites, they didn't even pretend it wasn't a beholder. Fun fact, beholders are actually licensed. They are actually Dungeons & Dragons intellectual property. You cannot use beholders. They are a licensed Wizards of the Coast thing. So suffice it to say, in every version afterwards, we got this chappy instead. Thankfully, he's not too hard. He's actually kind of weak. Yeah, damn wizards, right? Well, yeah, I don't know if they got away with that. I don't know whether or not... You know what? Give me a second. I'm going to double check real quick. I can quickly Google this. Did they actually know it? Did they actually call it Beholder in the NES version? Let's have a quick look-see. Okay, so, in the Famicom version, it was known as Evil Eye. Or more accurately, it was known as Ibaru Eye. But yes, it was called Evil Eye, but it did just look like a beholder. It just flat out was a beholder. Let's see here. Bow Trigger had a beholder in it as well. They straight called it beholder. Really? I guess the only thing I'm wondering is if maybe they don't have the rights to it in Japan? Maybe? I don't know. Good level up for Yomi here, though. Every set we could really care about. And now we can get... You obtain a Levy Stone! So those of you that were here when we went to the Dwarf area last stream, Levy Stone can be used to make things float. What could we possibly ever use for that, I wonder? I know, but I'm just teasing. So now we have to make our way out, which is a little annoying. We kind of have to do the whole dungeon again, which does mean fighting these guys again, but maybe they were too small to come to try to swim. Could be. Could certainly be. Would we get in trouble if we replaced the eyes of a beholder with bees and called it a bee holder? I don't know if we'd get in trouble, but I do think it would be improved significantly. I think there are a few things that are not improved with the addition of bees. I imagine if we could cast like a spell in this game to just summon a load of bees right now, that'd be amazing. We'll just have to make do with Gira, I guess, and Lazara. If you've ever seen the Beekeeper Singed skin in League of Legends, that skin is incredible. Bees, my god. Oh, I know that reference, Luminous. I am very well versed in all the ancient memes of your Ocarina. Not a good HP level up. Gosh. Oh, how much HP is the difference then? Yeah, Ocarina's at like 40 HP below Asna. What's this? The Black Mage is on the floor again? Why, a giant horde of bees will fix this! Ah, good old Dr. Bees. If you have never seen Dr. Bees, I am going to not elaborate further and just tell you to YouTube Dr. Bees sometime. It is classic, yeah. Alright, White Dragon, we should have been able to kill us with the fighter, I think. That flame sword should just tear him up. Oh, Starburgers, I do love Starburgers. The Kilgarth's code is wonderful. Luminous, you know, you're 100% right. When I was looking up the sprites for this, for making the thumbnail, and I noticed that, and I was like, I'm certain it's doing like a palm raise towards the enemy, but it really does just look like a white mage is just flipping the bird. Oh gosh. You know, I'm gonna hope that was secretly intentional. I'm gonna hope that was one of the devs just like sneaking that in for a bit of fun. Always fun when the devs sneak in little slightly raunchy jokes or whatever. Handcam middle finger time. Yomi, you're gonna have to get a you're gonna need to give yourself some sort of toggle that you can use to pixelate your middle finger in case you accidentally swear on stream. What's this? Helm-Chan is being awesome at double wellspring of knowledge. A dice bag full of bees will help. Ah, twins. Oh, thank you. I should share my dice bag at some point. I have a huge dice bag that's got about like 25 sets in. And the funny thing is, I haven't really had a chance to use it recently. I haven't played in person in a very long time. I just like collecting dice. We are almost out of potions. Thankfully, I think we'll be okay getting back. As soon as we get out of here, we can use a tent or a cottage to refill our MP, and that should give us the resources to get back. I lied, it's all bees. It's all bees, always has been. Always has been. You get it? Because bee, yeah, okay. And what's the trick? More bees! Okay, so now we actually just kind of need to make our way out of here, which is not too big of a deal. So unbe coming of you. As I've always said, guys, go ham with puns. It is physically impossible to make a pun so bad that I will not love it. The longer the build-up for it, and the worse the payoff, the better the pun is. All these bees and just one lone wasp. I saw a picture a while back. Listen with chat. Yeah, good HP, that's what we needed. I saw a picture a while back of a Starbucks order where someone had captured a bee in a plastic cup. And you know how they put like the stickers on the side with what the order should be? Luminous Dawn, thank you for the follow. I hope you've been having a great evening. Welcome aboard. We're just getting our way out of the ice cave here. Yeah, ID, you know exactly where I'm going with this. So it's a Starbucks cup with the sticker on with the order, and it says like 1 cup of water, no water, plus wasp. They've just captured a wasp in the cup. I love it. Yeah, welcome, Luna. We're just getting ourselves out of here with this Levy Stone, and I'm going to put this to good use right away. So we're going to go and use a cottage because we've got plenty of those right now. So now we're in the hardest stretch. We just... Dr. Leon, no problem, Dr. Leon. You have yourself a good night's sleep, good rest. I hope you had a great time here. And yeah, good to see you as always. Are you here at the moment? Oh, no problem at all. Doesn't matter if you're lurking or if you're chatting. I'd appreciate everyone being here. Wispy, welcome, Wispy. How are you doing? I had so much fun on your stream the other night. What? Okay. What did the skeleton say when he got his motorcycle? Born to be wild. I like it. It's a good one. It's pretty good. Alright, so this is kind of the hardest stretch of this part now, trying to run back. Because, oops, that don't like that one, I like this one. This is the hard one because we have to try and get back with not as many heroes, so we should be fine. We'd love to see, yes! So, Sane! Welcome, Sane! Welcome. Hope you're doing well. Oh, it's so nice to see everyone here. Thank you guys all for coming out. I appreciate you all. Alright, I think what we might do actually, chat, once we get back to town, I think we might just take a little bit of a break. Just a short one. A little refresher. Here to chill? Awesome, yeah! Commercial break time. Well, no commercial breaks, unfortunately. I don't qualify for those just yet. I think I could use a little bit of Okay, chat. Do not make this weird, because you know what I mean when I say this. I think when we take a break, I think I could use just a little bit of a lubrication. And you know that's not lewd. You know what I mean by that. Don't make it weird. I specifically told you not to make it weird. No, don't. It's oil. It's oil. I swear I swear, you humanoids, you have to make everything perverted. Not everything has to be about sex, you know. I can read between the lines. Alright, we'll just save, we'll get back to town, whoa! I just noticed, look how much gold we got out of that. 129,000? We should be able to get a whole stock of new spells after that. Yes, you summon masculine foot to not be made weird as demanding to be made weird. I know you're right, but at the same time I guess I can hope that people I can hope that maybe people can be a bit more strange. Oh my kidding, you guys are humans, you can't help yourself. Big money, let's go. Why do the fish people look like they're butterfly traders? Some of the sprites in this game Wispy has some really wild poses. I don't know if you saw them. I don't think we found a troll since you got here, but if I find a troll, I have to pause on him for a moment because he looks like he's having the worst day ever. Like, aside from the fact that we're about to fight him, he just looks like he's already having a really bad day of things. I think they spawn in the area we're going to now, so we might get lucky. That ain't a troll. That's something like that. Yeah, mate, this reminds me of how we made... Oh, yes! How we made humans a fun race in a space game idea. How they're not the can-be-anything jack-of-all-trades. So, yeah, in a lot of role-playing games, a lot of settings, humans end up being the boring jack-of-all-trades, master-of-none kind of thing. Yeah, we made humans into the charisma-based, perverted race. Where the other races just look at them like, why do you guys have to make everything about sex? Yeah, bards are the worst offenders here. There is a very perverted Dungeons and Dragons 3rd edition supplement. I cannot remember the name of it. It's got loads of perverted stuff in it. I'm not here to talk about that. It has a spell in it, and it is one of my favourite things ever. It is a spell called Bardic Hiding. It is a spell just for bards. It's a very low-level spell. And what it does is it gives the bard the ability to hide as long as they even make the faintest attempt to hiding. Such as, like, they could put a lampshade on their head and pretend to be a lamp, and they get to make a hide check as normal. The reason why it's bardic hiding is because this is a spell that the bards invented for when the husband comes home early. Which I just think is amazing. Here it is, here's the troll. Look at this poor troll. Look at this man. This man is having an absolute shocker of it. He is like, I said before, he's pulled like some lasagna or a pizza or something out of the oven. It's burnt his hand, he's dropped it on the floor, and he's just like, no! I forgot to turn off the oven! Yeah, existential crisis. He's kind of looking directly into the camera. Maybe he's just realised that there's a cameraman there filming this, and he's just like, he's realised he's in a video game. The Book of Valda. It's not in the Book of Valdargus. The one I'm talking about is not an official supplement. It was a third-party one, so very much not endorsed by D&D. I can't remember exactly what it's called, but it's something like that. Oh wait, am I in a video game? Alrighty, guys. So we're going to do a quick rest here. It might be the Book of Blue Magic. It might be that one. Weirdly enough, I know there's 2 perverted D&D 3rd edition supplements somehow. I don't know which one it was in, though. Really? I mean, I'm curious what else it might have come up with, but I'm not sure it's appropriate for public. But for now, guys, we're just going to take ourselves a... Yeah, there is 2. I don't know what that one's called, though. One's Blue Magic, but I don't know what the other one is. I'll have to look up at some point. But yeah, we're going to take a quick break. I'm going to go ahead and attend to maintenance, non-specific maintenance. And you guys, if you need to get a drink, if you need to get a snack or anything like that, now's a great time to. So, I'm already talking about the second one? Oh. I do know of both of them, but anyways, before I get distracted again, because I will get distracted again, I'm going to go ahead and take care of my maintenance. So I'll take you guys back to the BRB screen. Everyone, please keep your hands clear of the doors as they close, and I'll be back with you all shortly. And we are back. I'm good to see everyone having a good time while I was gone. Hopefully we didn't have any more door-related injuries. It's getting a bit of an issue, to be honest. But I hope everyone's refreshed and got what you needed. We are back, thank you. No overclocking, no overclocking, oh no. Bad enough the time I tried to run Crisis, I've learned my lesson about overclocking now. But we have got plenty of gil to go ahead and get ourselves some new stuff, so let's just go and stock up real quick. As we're restocking, actually, I've got a quick question for you, chat. So, we know the Fiend of Fire is waiting for us, and we could do it, and we would be probably not too over-leveled now. There is one other place we could go. It's a pretty big side diversion if we did it. But we could go there now, and if you know this game, you know what I'm talking about. But it will make us considerably overpowered for the Fiend of Fire. I'm okay with either. What would you guys like to do? Would you like to see... Should we go ahead and deal with the Fiend of Fire, or should we go ahead and do the other thing? Poll. Can I do polls, or is that also a... Let's see. I think polls may also be a thing I can't do yet. Let's go. Then you guys want to see the side thing first? Yeah, I had a feeling. That's fine. Do the other thing? We'll do the other thing first. It is a pretty exciting thing. And to be fair, the Fiend of Fire won't be too hard either way. So let's just stock up some good stuff. We'll grab ourselves... Actually, we don't know if we need any of this stuff. I guess we'll grab a stone now. But the other level 6 black magic was kind of... You know what? I said if we got so much money that I didn't know what to do with, I would buy it. We'll grab Quake. Let's see if we can actually get Quake to do anything this run. Alright, other thing it is. I'm low-key glad you guys said that, because it is quite exciting. Alright, this is actually better for the red mage, so we'll get them one of those. And we'll see if there's any better armor, and then we'll get ourselves... Oh, actually, then we'll rebuy all our potions. Little Male Buckler, Buckler's good. Got it. Give you your Buckler. First shield that the red mage can actually use. Is it actually useless? I genuinely don't remember what it does in this version of the game. Is it just like an instant death spell or something? Works 5% of the time all the time. I mean, that's basically any stats effect spell in my experience. Get a couple more of these. Cottage for some good measure. We'll get some high potions because the regular potions are not... You know what? We'll just get all the high potions because we can afford it. Get some ethers as well. Why not spend it, you know? Smoke if you got them. Alright. Now we're going to go and we're going to put that levy... So that levy stone we got. Like I said, I think the intended route is for you to deal with the Fiend of Fire, then the Ice Cave, then what we're about to do. And the Fiend of Fire is going to be very easy. That's fine. They're not hard anyway. What if we don't got them? Do we still smoke them? What are you smoking in that case? I feel like we're getting existential at this point. So, we're going to run into an encounter. You know, I should probably try casting Earthquake on some of these enemies that don't matter, see what it does. I'll try that next encounter. Actually, next turn, I don't think it would actually work. We're not going to kill this turn, so... Let's have you guard, everyone else guard, and Yomi cast Quake. What does that do? If anything. I mean, that's a very cool animation. Okay, so... Well, there we go, chat. That's how complete it is. It's an AoE instant death spell that can miss. So... Considering I have access to Thundargri, it might be alright. I wonder why they call those enemies big guys. Yeah, I'm not sure actually. Maybe it's just like a nickname they had in high school. You know, just kind of always stuck. Yeah, they're called big eyes for some reason. I can't think why. Has a 103 base hit rate? What? There must be some sort of spaghetti going on behind the scenes to work out the accuracy of it. Alright, so, fun fact, although we can only dock at docks, we can also park the ship into a river and get out into the canoe. And this will let us go to this area. and fight some Ankegs, which is also a monster from D&D. Because I have no hands, obviously, yeah, I suppose, yeah, as well. You're always supervised, Yeti-sama. The fact that you're always supervised, but the fact that you think you're not is adorable. Pay no attention to the red dots. Anyway, we've got that Livy Stone, and we're going to go into this very conspicuous desert that has no apparent purpose. For a cutscene. We put down the Livy Stone, and... I see ID, that makes sense. I'm guessing, and we get an airship! Look at this, we have our very own airship. Imagine that. Imagine playing a Final Fantasy game in 2023 where you get to fly an airship. Can you imagine that? No, I'm not salty about Final Fantasy 16. Whatever gave you that idea? So now we have the airship, and now there's a lot of places we can go with the airship. There's a lot of things we could do that would be kind of sequence breaking. I'm going to resist going too out of our order. The sky's the limit. Ay. I've been too much for my mind for time. So, we're going to take this to... There's one area I want to do out of order, because this is the special thing I was alluding to. This is actually completely optional, what I'm about to do. So, although there is kind of a recommended time that you do it in the game, you haven't actually got to do it at all. So this little archipelago here, I've got all of these little holes in. And so with the airship, there is some restrictions. I don't know how clearly you can see it on the screen, but the airship's shadow, if you're over something that you can't land on, like this water, it turns slightly red. You can only park the airship on plain grass tiles, which is a bit of an annoyance, but it's, you know, how they keep it from being completely busted. Okay, let's go down into the hole. You don't just want to abandon the boat. I don't think we actually need the boat at all for the rest of the game now. We can loot some gil. More gil. Some more gil. Again, with these really bizarrely specific numbers of gil, makes me wonder if they were just like rolling dust. A dragon. Oh, guys. Dragon. It's a friendly dragon. Only the truly brave can obtain a token of their courage. More gil. More gil. It's very nice that this dragon does not care when it's coming in and steal all his stuff, including an X potion. It's a pretty cute little dragon sprite. I mean, all the sprites in this here. Maple, welcome! So I didn't see you come in. Welcome, hope you're doing well. Right, well, this area, this archipelago, I forget what it's officially named, if it even is, but it's entirely inhabited by little dragons. Once long ago, there was an age when man and dragon lived together. But we haven't got anything here. I'm technically on stream as well. We're just grinding Praetorium. Oh, oof. Grinding Praetorium. For the event, I am assuming that is grinding Praetorium, eh? How very glib. He doesn't even say that anymore. I can't believe they removed that line. That feel when not very glib. And we have Basilisk. This guy, if I remember, is not particularly tough, but he can, as you might guess from the name, he can petrify. So we're just going to pummel him and hope that's good enough. With 4 hits on the fire sword, that should be more than sufficient. How's that got? Should we see this? That's alright. Yeah, maybe they'll tell us Luminous what caused them to split apart. Actually, don't remember if they do. Again, this game's always like the best for narrative. Once, long ago, the Northland was filled with beautiful shrines and towering mechanical castles. I don't think you can use Northland as one word like that, sir. I may be wrong on that, but that doesn't seem grammatically correct. So very long ago. Oh, I suppose if you've been living underground a long time, you might be up to modern grammar standards. What do you have to say? It's a rare thing to have human visitors here. If you are valiant warriors, you should speak with Bahamut, our king. So, yeah, this is the origin of Bahamut. Dragons of the Cardian Islands have no love of Cardian Islands, here we go. Have no love of senseless killing. 1,000 gil. Excuse me, and a cottage. Yes, so this is the origin of the Bahamut. in Final Fantasy. The very first name drop of Bahamut comes from this game. Again, back to Helm's grand theorem that this is just D&D. In Dungeons & Dragons, Bahamut is the god of metallic goodly dragons. I don't know if that was the case back in 19... whatever it would have been when this game was released, but... coincidence? I think not. Very long hallway here. Wonder what could be at the end. We should get Bahamut a gift card. I don't know if we might be getting him something. I don't think it's a gift card, though. Let's see here. I'm not sure if these are swords or graves. I'm hoping swords. This is the Chamber of Bahamut, the Dragon King. I am George Harmon. The Dragon King looks within to measure a person's true courage. I am the Dragon King, Bahamut. I confer honor upon those whose strength and courage are true. Return to me with a token of your courage. Again, in the original game, Bahamut did not have this really cool sprite. He was just another one of these little derpy little dragon dudes. First one came out in 1987. Ooh. Man. Wild to think how old Final Fantasy is as a series. It's even wilder when you consider that it only has 16 mainline entries after all that time. Anyway, we're just going to get ourselves out of here. I think there's a few more little holes here we want to check. I think there's a little bit more loot here. You've spoken with our king, Bahamut? Yes. The Dragon King confers a great honor upon the brave. It's customary for dragons... So here's our clue. It is customary for dragons to venture northeast to the Citadel of Trials. There, we must test our mettle by claiming a token of courage from within. Bahamut and Tiamat has been a thing since AD&D. I can believe that. I'm not certain, but it seems I can believe it. Hot take, but I love what they did with the Bahamut in FF15. 15. I didn't actually get far enough in 15 to find Bahamut. I really didn't like 15 very much, unfortunately, so I didn't actually get a chance to see him. I have to look him up. It was very cool. Bahamut was very cool looking in 16. Although I didn't like 16 much, the Bahamut fight was probably the biggest spectacle in that entire game. Like, if you want to watch part of Final Fantasy 16, watch the Bahamut fights. Or the Titan fight, they're both very good. The form of the Token of Courage changes with the times. Do not let its appearance deceive you. Alright, so we're going to go and get our Token of Courage from the Citadel of Trials to the northeast. And also fight a... Okay, another D&D monster here. It might not seem immediately obvious at first glance what these guys are, because they are Berettas. Well, that's not a D&D monster, that's a pistol, right? But what if you say it with, like, a bit more of a Japanese accent? What if instead of Beretta, it was Burletto? Burletto. It's a bullet, the monster from Dungeons and Dragons. So FF15 was your first and only FF15. There's nothing wrong with that. The thing with Final Fantasy is that they're all so different that you could certainly like some, but not like others. And I know some people that are huge into 15. I personally bounced right off of it, but as you say there, Chris, you have a hard time getting to anyone over 7. There's nothing wrong with that at all. You know, you like what you like and dislike what you dislike. So we're gonna just... I think these guys have really high physical defense, so we're just gonna cast some spells. Whoa, that's a lot of damage. Whoa, that's a lot of damage. These guys are a lot stronger than I remember them being. Okay. Kiraga. Hiara, and... Well, let's check out the Thundaga. Let's see here. Okay, we're good. We're fine, everything's fine. My first FF game, I think I mentioned this last time, was FF Tactics A2. I haven't played as the only tactics game I haven't tried. I like the tactics games in theory, I'm just really bad at them. Yeah, something I really enjoyed 9 of Return to its Roots. Yes! 9 is my favourite, and I think it's actually the best. It has flaws, it's not a perfect game, but it is the most Final Fantasy game there is. So I want to play more, but money is... Yeah, I hear you there. I hear you on there. That being said, did you know that the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV has a free, unlimited free trial up to level 60, including both A Realm Reborn and the award-winning expansion Heavensward with no limitations on playtime? Just a thought. Trying to remember which one numbers. 9 was the one with Zidane and Vivi. It was very chibified and kind of cartoon style, but it was very classical. Crystal Chronicles was very, very good. And yes, Maple, soon it will be up to level 70 with Stormblood. Even though Stormblood was quite less critically acclaimed, at least in my opinion. So, here is the Citadel of Trials, right over here. But we can't land here, because this is not a normal grass tile, this is a swamp tile. And we have to take quite a hike. We have to go, we're going to have to cross this river, cross this swamp, cross this forest, cross this desert, and the best place we can park is here. So I do play it. I have been playing Final Fantasy XIV ever since since the base game. I started playing it on 2. I say base game. Final Fantasy XIV. Eva, welcome! Welcome aboard! I was talking about Final Fantasy XIV for a little bit. So I was playing since A Realm Reborn, which was kind of the first version of the game after they shut it down, the real first version. It was terrible. So I've been playing it for... Goodness. I think I've been playing it for about 8 years now, something like that. Goodness, how time flies. I know I have over 10,000 hours in it, which is an actual year of playtime, so yeah, I guess you could say I'm kind of a fan of it. I'm on Balmung. I'm on Balmung on the Crystal Data Center. I'm also ashamed to say I play Final Fantasy all the Bravest for mobile. Well, here's the thing, Lewis, it's, whatever that game was, at the end of the day, if you were having fun with it, that's a good enough reason to spend money on it. As long as you're having fun, and you're spending responsibly, don't let anyone tell you what you should or shouldn't spend your money on. I say this as someone who, with Yomi's help, imported 3 copies of Frog the Jam just to play in my terrible Yu-Gi-Oh deck. This card is completely awful, it's very bad, the only thing good about it is the funny name. But it's worth it to me. Sorry, on a different server I take it then? No problem. I might do some streaming of 14 at some point in the future. Again, I'm not sure what content I want to stream. Gentlemen, welcome! Welcome aboard! Hope you're doing well this evening. We've been having a good time. We're just on our way to the Citadel of Trials right now. Alright, Ocarina, can we get another really big HP? No, average one. Trying to join the Genova server, which means a couple later. I don't know which data center that's on. The thing is, Sora, is I don't quite know how it works. You can visit other servers if they're on the same data center, and they are soon going to be bringing ways that you can visit other data centers. So if you're on, I'm assuming Genova's one of the North American servers, we might be able to join in the future. Have to see. Well, sure, I had fun with it. It was certainly the bad kind of addictive. This happened years ago. I understand, Luminous. I used to be really big into Fate Grand Order. I haven't played it for over a year now, in fact, maybe even close to 2 years now. But Fate Grand Order was my big gacha game that I got into, and I wailed hard occasionally. I don't want to disclose any amount of money specifically. I would not be surprised, however, if I dropped close to 4 digits on that game. And I'm not proud of that fact. At all. I had fun with it at the time, though. I don't regret that I spent the money on it because I was enjoying it at the time. But I do regret that I didn't control my impulses better. So I definitely understand what you're saying as the bad kind of addictive. Yours was Genshin, man. Yeah, Genshin, I kind of bounced off Genshin. The problem with Genshin for me is I don't like open world games. Any game that has an open world, I kind of feel like I just want to do the exciting bits. I don't want to do the journey. I want to do the bits that you've planned for me to have something fun going on. And compared to Fate Grand Order, I mean, obviously, they're very different games. But by comparison, in Fate Grand Order, if I wanted to do a training mission for the day, I just tap through the menu a couple times, I'm just instantly at the arena, do the fighting. Genshin is like, oh, I need to go and get these items, level up my characters. Well, now I've got to go exploring and find them and hope they've spawned, and it's just kind of like, it seemed like extra work that other gacha games, at least for my takes, would make just a menu. Oh yeah, Loomis, I remember hearing the stories about it. It was rough, yeah. Okay. You came bearing the crown, I see. So, here's a weird thing. The crown he's talking about here this is the crown we got from the Earth Shrine. So in theory, the game is prepared for you to come here very early on. But here's the thing. I'm pretty sure you physically can't get here unless you have the crown. Because you get the crown to get the Mystic Key. You get the Mystic Key to get the Nitro Powder. And you need the Nitro Powder to get to this part of the world. So he says you came barely in the crown, but I'm just like, well, yeah, of course we did. Post. I played Tower of Fantasy as my first delve in a gacha, waited all my in-game currency on a 50-50 pull, failed and stopped immediately. No, that's fair. That is fair. So you have 20 gacha games. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. The Royos? I'm sorry, I'm trying my best. I hope I didn't push that too much. Thank you! Welcome aboard! We are just working our way through the Citadel of Trials. We're going to sit upon the throne. Yeah, and it's always having fun with it though, so like, don't tell anyone that you shouldn't. I've played a lot of gacha games. The only reason why I really got into Fate Grand Order was because I was really enjoying the story at first. As it went on, I kind of felt like it was just evolving into the magic version of Technobabble. So it was kind of just like, you know, it just kind of felt like, oh, we need to overcome this guy's ultimate defenses. Don't worry, I will use my sorcery points to conjure a lunar sail, and I'm sure there's some logistics that make sense and they'll explain somewhere, but it really just felt like they were pulling jargon out of their butt. Maple, the facet of streaming no one expects interpreting people's units, isn't it? You're definitely not wrong. Okay, so guys, do you like teleport puzzles? Because I really don't like them, and we're going to have to deal with one now, so we're going to suffer this together. Because this entire area is one extended teleporting puzzle. Because I like the games where you can farm specific characters and not it being a... Yes! 100% agree. There is a Mega Man gacha game that shut down recently, Mega Man X Dive. I never played it. However, after they shut it down, they put it on Steam as Mega Man X Dive Offline. And it's something like £20 or $30 or something. You buy it, one-time payment, there is no gacha in it, you just unlock everything by playing it. And it's wonderful. Oh, Loomis, Mario Hoops 3-on-3, wow, you just brought me back. That game is amazing. Fun fact for the Final Fantasy XIV heads in the crowd. Mario Hoops 3-on-3 has a pretty good soundtrack because it was composed by a certain Soken. That's right, before he worked on 14, Soken was working on Mario Hoops 3-on-3. Wild how these things come around. And wild how we get into fights with Minotaur zombies. We'll just give them some Diara. Yeah, it really is a bizarre pedigree. If you ever play, Mario Hoops 3-on-3, there are some unlockable Final Fantasy characters in it as well, which makes it even funnier. Including a white mage that is bizarrely styled like a Mario princess. It's not a bad design, it's such a weird look for it. Another baby HP level up for chat. We're just expecting them at this point, chat, I'm sorry. Alright. So I'm gonna go up first and hope that works. I used to know this puzzle off the top of my head, but I don't know. Okay, up is wrong. So down is correct first. Start by going down. Theatre Rhythm Final Fantasy, I love that game, Luminous. My PlayStation 5 has basically been a Theatre Rhythm machine for the past year. Is chat sick? No, I think they're okay. I think they just got bad HP rolls. Oh, well, Luminous, there's a third one came out. They brought out one on the PS4 and Switch last year, which has huge track distance. It's very good. Oh, right, yeah, would explain the bad health while I was around. No, so it turns out chat's HP rolls aren't actually particularly bad. Our white mage has had pretty good HP rolls, but it turns out that red mages just gain less HP than white mages on average. They make up for it by wearing heavier armor, I suppose. Alright, so now we know we want to go down for the first teleport. Oh wait, this is a different one. This isn't where we were before. I think we go down on this one? Okay, I think we're going the right way. They did a Theatre of the Dragon Quest on this? Wow, I had no idea. Dragon Quest is one of those series I never really got into, but, you know, I respect the heck out of it. Any game that can single-handedly drive the Japanese economy to a screeching halt has got to be worthy of respect, if nothing else. I think, if I remember correctly, this one's a trick. I think you actually want the closer one. Yes! Okay, that's the correct one. Remembering bits and pieces of this puzzle. I think this is a chest. Oh, it's a 3DS one, okay. I really do like the Theatrhythm games. Honestly, they could do an entire Theatrhythm of just Final Fantasy XIV, and I would buy the heck out of that. Fun fact, did you know? Final Fantasy XIV holds multiple world records, including the most unique compositions in a single video game. I guess because they're counting all of the expansions as one game, you know, like Gun the Ball, Heaven's Ward, Stormblood, but yeah. So I was scrolling through YouTube and got hit in the face with Massive Nostalgia. Who does the Infos Game series? That's the one where you play as the guy that shoots lightning, right? He's got like a yellow jacket. I know of it. I never played it though. My only memories of that game was that I think Zero Punctuation riffed on it for having one of those moral choice systems where the only choices that matter are either going all good or all bad. Oh hey, the first are slow. So this just cuts out attack percentage really badly. Oh, these guys are being jerks. Yeah, look at that, that's terrible. We're just gonna run from this because these stats will be dick cleansed when we leave, so. Let's see here. Come on, there we go. Let's just top up our HP and then punch those. Right, so I think at this point, if I remember correctly, I think for this one we go right to the very end. You had a speedrun record in FF14 being broken recently by Pint. Yes, Pint did a speedrun record for... So in Final Fantasy XIV, there is, in the Stormblood expansion, there's a city called Kagane. It's a very Japanese-style city, very shamelessly so. And in the middle of the Kagane city is a very tall building with a jumping puzzle. This very tall tower with lots of very small little platforms on the edge of it that you can jump up. And Pint did a speedrun to get to the top in the quickest time possible. And they did really good. The video is really good. The funny part of the story is, apparently, a week after they broke it, the guy who set the previous record came out of retirement of speedrunning just to break it again, which is hilarious. Oh, we took a long time. I misremembered. That's fine, it's fine. Oh, hey, look, an actual literal mind flayer. See, they can call them mind flayers, but they can't call them illithids. Speaking of which, anyone here that's seen or played any Baldur's Gate gameplay? Was anyone else really weirded out when they found out how you pronounce that? My entire life, I called them illithids. And then they come out and said, actually no, it's illithid. And I'm just like, what? You can't do that, that's illegal, that's not how it's pronounced. So I think we go down here. Let's try that. Yes, I saw you play a bit of hell. It's a great game, from what I've seen. Yeah, so it's pronounced illicit, apparently. Like, it rhymes with illicit, I guess. But, yeah, it's really strange. It's just not how I ever imagined that word being pronounced. I haven't played Baldur's Gate myself personally. I've watched a few friends playing it. It looks like a really good game. Personally, I just don't really vibe with that sort of gameplay style. Cricky, you gotta go? No problem, Cricky. You have yourself a good night. I hope you had a great time while you were here. It's been a pleasure to have you here. Maple, I had a whole argument with friends on if it's pronounced Faerun or Faerun. I always pronounce it Faerun. Well, actually, I know someone that pronounces it not so much like Fae, more like Faerun. They say Faerun. Interesting. Yeah, it's one of those weird things, I suppose, where it's like, it's a fantasy word, so you can pronounce it however the heck you like. Final Fantasy XIV has its share of that as well. For example, in Final Fantasy XIV, one of the goddesses is called, I'm going to spell her name, Halone. In fact, I'm going to type it in chat here. Her name is spelt like this. Now, I'm sure when you read that, everyone immediately had an idea of how you pronounce that. I always pronounced it as alone, to rhyme with alone. But it turns out they revealed after about 4 years of the game being out, actually no, it's been pronounced Halone this entire time. And I can't look at it as the same because I just think Halone rhymes with baloney. Well, kind of rhymes with baloney. It rhymes with baloney a little bit, if you really stretch it. What's the best? You okay over there? See, here's the weird thing with this particular part of the game. I don't think we're particularly over-leveled. Look, we're not having much trouble with this part of the game, but I'm pretty sure they do intend... Hey, you can level up on HP for Yummy. I'm pretty sure they do intend for you to come to this part of the game after doing the Fire Fiend. It's just a bit weird. I'm not quite sure what the... Maybe I'm wrong and this... We took the wrong one again. We're taking every single path apart from the correct one. Alright, oh, let's send the fire. Let's just get out of here. There we go. Just leave. We'll just leave Asuna behind, they're fine. The dragon's just gonna be like, I mean, now we can't fly, which is the awkward, you know? Alright, so we go... This one was... up. Up. This was not up. Did I mention how much I love teleport chat puzzles, chat? I really love teleport puzzles. If you're ever considering making a game and you think you want to put a teleport puzzle in the game, let me assure you, no, you don't want to put a teleport puzzle in the game. They are not fun. No one likes them. They're just padding. Had a few games recently that were very guilty of that. It's not great. Luminous! Luminous, you're wrong. You are factually wrong. You literally do not love them. You've gassed at yourself. You've tricked yourself into thinking that you like them. If you do enjoy them, then go right ahead. Don't let me stop you. But I certainly would not complain to never have to deal with another one again. Yeah, I'm running a bit low on Diaras. That's okay. These guys are hitting pretty hard. It's not going to hit the fire. You are just... Okay, good. I'm glad. I'm glad for your sake. It would be terrible if you actually did love teleport puzzles. I would feel like I'd have to recommend you to some sort of specialist. That is another good HP for our Corona. Jeez. How many HP right now? Maybe 400. Wow. Okay. This one we go to the closer one. If you do, I'm sure there's someone that can help you, Luminous. There are people that care about you. Okay, you don't have to enjoy the teleport puzzles. Okay, there's better ways. Teleport puzzle rehab. We're going to have a teleport puzzle intervention for Luminous. Okay, so we'll get some luck shots. These guys aren't undead. Oh, well, they are very resistant to spells, apparently. I guess that makes sense. Rakshasas are kind of like... I think they're kind of like Middle Eastern demon things, I think. Zara stepping in to offer some help. I appreciate it. Baby HP for chat. There we go. What if you needed to do a separate teleport puzzle to get to the rehab? That's how you know whether you need the rehab. If you have the patience to do the teleport puzzle, that's how you know you need it. Right, so we cast a little anger, then took, otherwise they'd be teleport away. Okay, so there's 2 teleports we haven't tried. I think it's... I want to try the one that's very obvious. This seems like the obvious one that's maybe like... You know, they're trying to... What's the word? Reverse psychology? Let's see. Please be correct. Okay, good. I think that's the end of the teleport puzzle. Okay, yeah, we're done. We're done with the teleport puzzle. We've successfully made it. And I think that's the only one of those in the entire game. I haven't got Diaga, so yeah, why not? Fine, I'll go. Yeah, I should maybe do it. But I wanted more puzzles. Play Professor Layton if you want puzzles. That's a much better series of puzzles. If you want the most egregious example of teleport puzzles, the game I played a little while ago, Shin Megami Tensei Soul Hackers 2. I know a lot of people weren't very pleased with that game. I personally quite enjoyed it for what it was. I didn't finish it because of course I didn't. I had a terrible track record of actually finishing games. But Soul Hackers 2 had some of the most egregious teleport puzzles I've ever seen. There were some of them had so many one-way teleporters that led you all the way back to the start. It actually was what made me put the game down because I just lost my patience with it. I'm just like, if the game's not going to respect my time, then I'm not going to give it the time. I don't think they do a big patch for it though, so maybe they tweaked it a little bit. Hopefully. Wait, oh, I thought that was... Well, that was this guy. Nightmares! Oh, is it just a horse? Like all these big scary things we've been fighting here, and the big mini-boss we got to fight is just angry horse. Oh. Wait a second, how was the horses even wearing that cloak? Maybe they're like werehorses. Is werehorse a thing? Werehorse must be a thing, right? Surely you can turn anything into a were version of itself. It is now. You're right, Vindash. Okay. Okay! Let's go! Best item in the game! Well, almost. Do this even do anything? Yeah, so healing staff. This is Ocarina. Oh, well, the thought was nice anyway. Thank you. So the healing staff. This is bad. Look at this. It does less damage than our Mythal Hammer. Why would we use this? It is a staff that casts heal when used. This can be used by any party member. We now have unlimited uses of the heal spell. Now granted, the heal spell isn't very powerful. It's only going to be like 20 or 30 HP AoE. But it's infinite. So whenever our white mage has nothing better to be doing, we can just keep everyone topped up. This is one of the reasons why I like doing this part early, because it's so helpful. Oh, Chris, you guys are all great. Appreciate you guys so much. The fact that you guys would want to throw bits at me is just so heartwarming. Unlike these guys who have no hearts, because they're zombies. I think. Well, do zombies have hearts? I guess they could. I guess they could have them, but they don't need them? Not an expert on under anatomy, not gonna lie. Another stamina level, another agility, very good. Steel gloves, ice brand, and ruby armor. Very good stuff, very good stuff. Alvin, Rash, you guys? I mean, I don't want to brag, I'm not one to toot my own horn, but I think we might get there pretty soon, to be honest. No, I couldn't do it without you guys. Oh, Chris. But now, I'm going to shower you guys with new gear. We're going to put on the ice brand, and hey, very good that we come here before we went to the fire cavern, because look, this sword is imbued with the power of ice. It's going to be very effective against all the fire enemies we all know that we'll be fighting. We got some steel gloves, which are actually worse than the mythical gloves. A bit weird. And we got a ruby armlet, which could go on to... Oops. So the ruby armlet is... This can go on to any character, any class can use this. Very high defense stat, as you can see. However, I'm actually going to put it on one of our back row. I'm going to put it on Aquarina, because while Aquarina has got a ton of HP, she's the healer, and if the healer dies, then we're in some serious trouble. So keep the healer alive. They get first dibs on the good stuff. Quick round of AoE will take care of most of this. 5 hits on the fighter now, very nice. I'm actually not sure if that did less damage than the fire, so we'll see. Oh, I'm sorry, Ocarina. I had that exact same thing when Yumi was doing her Nuzlocke, and she kept calling the Magnemite Helm-Chan. It was that sort of moment where I'm like looking at the screen, like, wait, was I referred to? Do I need to be doing something? Wait, what's going on? I do get it. I'm sorry. Alright, monsters! Clay golems. These guys are extremely physically defensive from what I recall, so we're going to give them some big areas. You know what? I said we had it this use. I'm going to go to items, we're going to go down and use the healing staff. Just put that to That can cast haste? Oh, that might actually really hurt this guy's pixels. That middle guy hits... Okay, we're fine. These guys do not have as good a defense as I remember. I'm just new enough that I'm not used to being in another room. That's fair, Corey, that's fair. Oh, wow. Okay, so maybe these ones have really good magic defense, but really bad physical defense. Maybe that's what I'm mixing up with. Let's just try pummeling one for a bit and see what happens. I should really put that healing staff. Okay, yeah, so the clay ones obviously have bad physical defense, because Yomi did a lot there. But yeah, look at this. Healing staff, every time, boom. It's only about 40 healing per go, but it's infinite. There's no risk of it breaking. There's no chance we'll have to replace it. You don't even need it equipped. Just use it straight from the inventory so anyone can use it. And we get another level up. Okay, bad HP that time, that's fine. I always feel like a mom dressing the kids for school when I have to do armor changes each time I get new armor. Yes! And we got another really good one here. We got the gauntlets, which actually can't be equipped. Wait, who equips gauntlets? And the gauntlets actually not be... Hold on. Choto Amate Kudasai. Where's the gauntlets? Who can equip this? The fighter can't equip this. Huh. I thought the fighter could equip basically everything, but regardless, it doesn't really matter because... the monk? No, the monk doesn't really equip stuff. The monk's whole point is that they get really good defenses and really good not armor damage by being unarmed. Weird. Maybe the thief. Oh, wait. Right, I know. I think I know why we can't equip it. It's fine. Regardless, I don't know if we actually want to equip it. They give +6, which this already does, so we don't really need to. And the main benefit of the gauntlets is they are another spell item. This casts Thundara when used, which means we now have infinite Thundara, meaning Yomi's never going to be doing a physical attack ever again, because we don't need... Why would we use a physical attack when we can just use Thundara? We're going to put the healing staff and the... We're going to put them right at the very top, because we're going to use them a lot, and I'll put the potions a bit lower. I don't think we're going to use these in battle too often, but... There we go. Yeah, this was another reason why I like doing this part first. Getting these spell items early in the game. I say early, we're probably about 40% through the game, maybe a little over. And we get... a rat's tail. This is our proof of courage. I still don't understand this. This is not a translation flop. This is not a thing that they've done in this particular port. This is just, it's always been a rat tail for some reason. And I don't know why. The only thing I can think is maybe it's one of those weird, like, Japanese puns or something that doesn't translate, but as far as I know, it's always just been a rat tail. Emergency snack could be. But yeah, I have no idea why this is what they decided to go with for it, but there it is. Well, if that's what the helmet was, then that's what he gets, I guess. Quick little mini-boss. I say mini-bosses, we've already fought plenty of these guys. And we'll be out of here. Let's do your fire auger. We'll go ham, we're basically done with this place, so... Healing staff and gauntlets. So the interesting thing about the gauntlets in this game, and all of the spell items, any character can use them, even if they couldn't normally cast a spell. So we could, if we wanted to, have Yomi use the healing staff to cast heal, or we could have Asuna use the gauntlets to cast Thundara. The difference is, though, is that it still uses their magic stats. So obviously, Yomi Korea has very good magic stats. If we had Asuna do it, well, the intelligence is 19, that's not actually awful, but by comparison to, say, Yomi with a 34, you can imagine that a 6 intellect is not going to be doing as bad. That's good. This throne is our handy warp out. And this one I believe wasn't the original, that warp out. But thankfully we haven't got to do a reverse teleport puzzle. But we have to go around this way to get out. There we go. All for a quick save and a quick tent, just to make sure we're okay on the way back. Wouldn't want to get jumped. There we go, quick save. And you know what? Let's change to our Black Mage for a little bit. Yomi to get some cardio in here. Sphinx. Ooh, I remember what these guys do. I think they're just like... I think they can poison, maybe? You know what? Let's have you use the gauntlets, because then you can do an AoE, and you can use Thunderga. I have Netflix. I don't really watch a lot of... Most of the stuff I watch are either streams or YouTube content. I don't actually have any kind of TV subscription services at all, actually. I use have a Crunchyroll, though. But I mean, if you have a suggestion, I mean, I'm open to hearing about it. I might already know about it, potentially. I'm sorry, I don't know the answer to your riddle, Mrs. Sphinx. It wasn't a riddle, it was poetry. Oh, goodness. So, talking of riddles, did you guys know there is a Final Fantasy anime that has no numbers in it? Kind of. It was called Final Fantasy Unlimited, and it was absolutely awful. It's kind of worth a watch if you want to be like... You know those sort of... What's the word? Like, when something's so bad, it's like you're watching a car crash in slow motion just go by. It's kind of like that. It's really not good, but it's fascinating to watch because it's very strange. There's an episode in that where a character... Yeah, well, I don't know if I'd go about so far as to say it was so bad it's good, Maple. It's so bad it's bizarrely fascinating, I would say. But there's an episode in it, one of the later episodes, where they find a mermaid character of all things that gives them riddles. And the punchline is that the riddles are deliberately meant to be impossible. There's like 2 or 3 reasonable answers you could give, and whichever answer you give, the mermaid is just going to lie and say you got it wrong, and give another answer. And I will never forget the final riddle she says, because it's just such a bizarre thing that it's stuck in my head. And the riddle is, a face grows in the center of its hair. When it drinks water, it breathes fire. Some say it looks like a robot, and some say it looks like a living being. What is it? And there is no answer, I'm afraid. There's no satisfying follow-up for this. The answer is, there is no answer. It's a trick riddle. But if I ever want to give a player in like a tabletop game a riddle that is supposed to be unfair and impossible, that is always my go-to riddle. Because I can guarantee they will not have an answer that will satisfy it. Alright, back to the airship and back to Bahamut so he can have his tail, his rat tail. Maybe he does want it as a snack. I feel like it wouldn't be very filling for a big old dragon, but what do I know? Okay, I think it was this one, or was it the other one? It was this one, okay. You know what? Do a quick save. I just give you the answer, yeah, but I mean, the answer is there is no answer, yeah. If I'm doing it on players that don't know the riddle. Alright guys, so we're about to have something pretty special happen. If you know this game, you know what's coming up. If you don't, you might be in for a little bit of a surprise. We take the long walk, needlessly dramatic long walk up to Bahamut, and deliver to him the rat's tail. Long has it been since men of courage stood before me. Your bravery seems worthy of consideration. The rat's tail you carry is a fitting token of courage and strength, really. Ah, if you say so. So be it. I shall honor you with titles befitting your valor. And just like that, guys, we have our job promotions. This game has technically got 12 classes. So now our fighter is now a knight. Our red mage is now a red wizard. Our white mage is now a white wizard, and our black mage is now a black wizard. And this is where those spells we couldn't learn come in. You guys may remember that we couldn't learn the teleport spell or the exit spell. The black mage and the white mage can't learn it, but the white wizard and the red wizard can. This also improves their stats, and in the case of our fighter, although they don't have any now, the fighter can actually learn some white magic now. It's nothing too incredible. I think they get as high as level 4, but when you consider that in Japan, the class that is known as the paladin in Final Fantasy XIV is called the Knight, it suddenly makes a lot more sense that the Knight can use white magic. Yeah, we could learn some news. All we need is one more wizard and they could be the Shadow Wizard money gang. Speaking of Shadow Wizard, I mean, there's no accounting for taste. But I do feel that the Black Mage to the Black Wizard sprite is a significant downgrade. I've said it before, I'll say it again. The Black Mage with the pointy hat, the shadow face, and the glowy eyes is iconic. This just looks like some dude. I'm sorry. I don't know how Yomi's gonna feel out her new haircut. But yeah, we get new overworld sprites and everything. These sprites, well, I will say, this happened in the NES version as well, this whole job promotion thing. But the sprites for these promoted jobs look way better in this version of the game. Yeah, it did look better before. There are some mods for this game. One of the mods actually does replace all of these promoted job classes, just their sprites, with other class sprites from Final Fantasy III. I don't want to do a modding run this one, but if I ever do another one in the future, I might consider using that, because, yeah, I'm not the biggest fan of these sprites. Some of them are pretty good. The Knight is very good. The Red Wizard's very good. White Wizard's very good. Actually, you know, it is just the Black Wizard now I'm looking at it. The other ones all look pretty good, it's just the Black Wizard looks bad. But we'll have to make do for now. We're going to just go back to Melmond really quick, because I want to grab that exit spell for our new Black Wizard. And hey, thanks to the airship, we can just backtrack anywhere without random encounters now. Very handy. Go! Give me that. Oh, teleport, not exit. Oh, even the red mage can use it. Or red wizard, rather. Yeah, so that's the thing. Getting your job promotion also gives you access to, for the red wizard, gives them access to more spells than they could before. I don't think the fighter can't get this. We're just going to do a quick little round trip the places we've already been, just to get the fighter, or the knight, going to get him some white magic, just so he's got something to do if he needs it. Nothing too fancy, but always handy to have a second cure on the party. Or a third cure, I guess, because we've got our red wizard now. We'll just grab a cure. We don't put protect on you, why not? Don't think you're going to use it, but it's 50 gil, why not? Give you something to use those first level spell slots on. You know what? Here we go, we're just going to beat you guys up to show our new sprites. Gosh, look at that damage. I mean, we're like, obviously this is the start of the game, so of course we're going to beat the crap out of these guys, but... There we go. The white mage doesn't look like they're flipping off anymore. Oh well. Right, we'll just go here, have some white magic here, and then it's the Elf Town, Crescent Lake, and then that's... Actually, Crescent Lake is our next destination, actually. We're going to be going there for the Fire Fiend. Let's see here. Sure, we'll buy a blind now just because. We'll buy a blind even in Invis just because what else are we going to be using our level 2 spell slots on, I suppose? Well, you'll be using on Tampa, but. Oh, thank you. Off to. Here's what Elfheim, the Elf Town. And then we'll be back to Crescent Lake and back on track. So this was what I wanted to do. I wanted to do this first. The job promotion is kind of the big sort of power spike that the party gets in this game. It also affects things like their stat growths a little bit. Specifically in terms of, I believe the White Mage gets better accuracy boosts once they become a White Wizard. I don't know if it's the case in this version of the game. In the NES version of the game, the monk actually got slightly worse when they become a master because they actually gained accuracy at a slower rate after their promotion. It was the only class in the game that happened with. But this should help our White Wizard get some extra bonking. And here we go, Crescent Lake. In fact, now we've got the airship, I think we can actually skip doing the, I think we can actually skip taking the waterways again and just go straight to the volcano. Let's see here. exit for you. You can't learn it. Damn you. That'll do. I don't think I'm going to use Invisira. And then Black Mage, or Black Magic rather. Sundaga for you. And yeah, that's pretty much it. I ain't bothering with stun. I have not been using stats effects so far, and I'm not starting now. We'll just buy a bunch more potions, rest up, and off to the volcano. A few more ethers, a few more Phoenix Downs. I'm rolling the money now, just buy everything, why not? We can basically finance this entire town if we want to. The crest. And off we go. Buy it in so you don't have to pay to sleep. That would be great. I don't actually know any RPGs that do that, but that seems like a really fun idea. Alright, so thanks to the airship, we can just fly and park here. That's a lot quicker than going through all the waterways. And we'll go into Mount Golg. I love this track. I mean, this was the same as the Earth Shrine area we went to, but such a good track. And thanks to our map, we can see that we've got nothing here we care about apart from the top left. Off we go. And anchors! We've fought these guys before, we're not scared of them. Beat him over the head with a sword and that ought to take care of him. Yep, easy. We are definitely over-leveled for this particular point in the game, that's fine. We have a nice lava floor here as well. Okay. You know, Helm, thanks to you talking earlier, I had a cute idea in my head. Oh really? I'm curious. Zeke! Welcome, Zeke! Hope you've been doing well. It's a similar feeling actually, Zeke. I don't get a chance to catch a lot of your streams because of time zones as well, but I hope you've been doing well. Let's see. Oh, Horned Devils, aka Red Gargoyles, sure. Let's just... let's actually... yourself and go. Chris, I remember someone playing Pathfinder and they bought a pub in every town they came across and got a lot of gold over there. Yeah, Pathfinder does have rules for like running businesses and downtime activities like that. It's one of those things that my group doesn't really use, but it's kind of crazy that they have those sort of things. Okay, me and Yogi dressed in the mage outfit, doing the healing stuff. And that would be a fun idea, you're right. That would be a really cute idea. Translates are okay. Yeah, unfortunately so. But no, I'm glad you're doing well. I'm glad to hear it. Good to see you. Just pull up some potions, and off we go. Alright, so this dungeon in particular is one where using the minimap to cheat is extremely helpful. Also, actually, a small thing, we can go diagonally. Oops, we can go diagonally. In the base game, you could not go diagonally. This makes some areas a bit easier because you can make the floors go quicker, and obviously in areas like this we can avoid damaged floors, which is just kind of funny. So here, yeah, imagine trying to do this without a map. So we're going to have to go up, then down, then up, then right, then left, then left. This is quite a big area, but on the plus side we got a lot of loot here, so it's probably worth it. Draw your own map as you go. Honestly, yeah, that's what they kind of expected you to do back in the day. It's kind of crazy. Do you ever remember when game manuals used to have a notes section in the back? Did anyone ever actually use that? I don't think I ever used that section. 2 AM for you never... Yeah. Well, it's 1 AM over here, but for me, this is actually not that late. It's just kind of... I'm used to this. I basically run on EST. Monsters! Fire elementals, which are just palette swaps of the earth elementals. Gauntlets and a blizzard, should it? Blizzard map would be like playing the original Legend of Zelda. Yeah, I had the original Legend of Zelda, the NES version. I got so stuck because that game is completely unintuitive. Never did. I bought GTA, noticed it second hand, and it had all the cheat codes written in the notes. You know what? Yeah, that's about the only thing I ever heard people use the notes for, cheat codes. Alright, welcome aboard. Hope you're having a good evening. We're just on our way through the fire cavern right now. And fighting some monsters. Let's see here. Yeah, we just go for doing stuff. Actually wait, no, what am I doing? You need to use Blazara. You can do the healing stuff. And you can do the gauntlets. I'm used to work as a security guard, and that's some more work. Yes, I get that feeling. I feel like there are some routines that once you've done them, it's very, very hard to ever completely shift out of them. And I love the healing stuff. It's kind of busted, although it won't be good enough if we ever run into some serious damage. You know, we're not going to be able to out-heal a boss with just that, but it's really nice for just getting through the dungeons. Kind of replaces the chugging potions a little bit, actually. Okay, so we need to go up and then up to the left. Oh. Obelisks. I actually don't know if these guys do petrify. They're basically, I mean, the cockatoo is palette swaps, but I'm not sure if they have the same effect or not. Not that it matters. I mean, we've got so many status healing items that even if they do petrify, I think we'll be fine. And just being able to do that much damage out of the gauntlets for free is... It almost feels a bit like cheating. But you know what? The game put it there, so it's not cheating, it's perfectly fine. They did not expect us to abuse it, they would not put it there. Of course, if you have tried the NES version of the game, these items do actually work, they do cast the spells, but because the intelligence stat in that game is broken and doesn't actually do anything, it will always do more or less the same damage regardless of who uses it. You still get yourself marches, so I can believe it, yeah. There are definitely some things that you don't quite shake off if you've done them for long enough. One of them that I have, this is a really strange habit, and I still catch myself doing it, even though I know I've got no reason to. So, in the critically acclaimed RPG Final Fantasy XIV, there used to be a mechanic where you only got your auto attacks if you were facing an enemy. You had to be looking at them. So if you moved and you weren't looking at the enemy, you would be losing damage. The way you could fix this was, I don't know if it's the default bind, but you could bind a key to be a look at target key. In my case, I had it bound to the F key. And all it does is it just rotates your character to face the enemy, so that you don't drop your auto attacks. They removed that mechanic in, I think in Stormblood, the second expansion. And I know that there's no reason to do it, but when I'm doing fights as like a melee class, I will still just mash the F key at random if I'm not perfectly facing the boss, and sometimes even if I am, just out of sheer habit. It's like, I need more buttons to push, just mash the F key for a little bit. We got the Great Sword, so what does that do? See, this is what I was saying about us building with this out of order. This would be great a little bit ago. Now, not so much, but that's fine. If nothing else, we might even possibly sell it if we need a bit more gold for spells later. Maybe not, not sure. More Pyrolisks. Let's just keep our healing up. More free users we can mooch off the staff, but that's potions we've got to chug later. I actually don't know if I've ever done this section before getting the job upgrade before. It's been so many times since I've done this game last. I want to say I did it on my very first run, but I don't remember how much harder it made it. Oh wow, that guy died to a melee attack from that Lich, okay, sure. Also, it's a very subtle thing here. I love how I don't know how clear it's coming across on the screen. They have little, yeah, I think you can kind of see it, coloured particles coming up like little embers. Which is just like, that's completely unnecessary, but I respect that they put that little detail in. Very nice. Okay, so we go left here and then loop to those chests. Fire that we'll deal with. Oh, they obviously, yeah, okay, good. Yeah, it's a nice little touch. Like, they could have not put those in and no one would have noticed or thought twice about it, but yeah, nice that they put them in there. Yeah, we have definitely made this section significantly easier than it's supposed to be. Again, that's fine. This game is not honestly a particularly hard game once you get past a few early game spikes. And even then, I'm not gonna ruin anything, but suffice to say, there's certainly one boss that might give us trouble down the line, I'll just say that. Now though, we're just gonna keep working our way through these fire mills. I could just keep this as auto battle, to be honest. Oblivion overdrive. Honestly, I mean, I think some of these enemies we could just give them a stiff breeze and they'd fall over. How overpowered we are right now. Especially with the ice sword. That ice sword is putting in a lot of work. Yeah, we should be fine. I think these guys can do a stats effect, but again, I think we're just going to probably kill them with the gauntlets here. Yeah, easy peasy. They never even stood a chance. They did this earlier. This guy, like, what's he doing here? He's not going to stop us. I can just loot all these chests. He doesn't care. You know what? You know what, dude? I'm gonna give you job satisfaction. I will fight you just because someone put you there. And because you're gonna just die to Thundara anyway, probably. Dancing. Oh, did I just interrupt this man dancing? Now I feel rude. Well, either way, he knew what he signed up for when he took the job. You can't hold any more high potions, that's funny. Hence, mithril helm, mithril gloves, monsters. Oh, a lava worm. It's pretty big, but I'm pretty sure it still just dies to a sword and a Thundara. You have too much energy. You've been drinking caffeine late. I make that mistake occasionally. Let's see. Mithril axe, mithril shield. All this mithril stuff, I bet none of it's actually any good for us right now. Man just wanted to bust a move and you killed him. I mean, did you have a license to boogie? That's the thing. If you had a license to boogie, you could have shown it. Just saying. Other monsters. Other lava one. Because of the healing staff being infinite source of healing, I'm pretty sure we've actually gained hit points in some of these fights. Antidote. And last one. Phoenix down. Okay. Let's just see if any of that mithril gear is any good, but I think it's actually all worse than what we've got. Oh, I could use a flame sword on the Red Mage, but I'm guessing that wouldn't be a good idea right now. Fire cave and all. Give me mithril gloves left. And a mithril helm one. Can you wear that? No. Wait. Nope. 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 Okay, we're fine. Flame Mage in the fire cave. Yeah, exactly, yeah. Probably would be a good idea to avoid that till we get out of here. But when we're done, we'll definitely give that to the Red Mage to boost his attack a little bit. Alright, we just gotta work our way out of this place. When I was doing my, my 4... Oh wait, can't go this way. Darn. Wait, hold on. Teleport! Teleports the party to the previous floor. Screw your backtracking! We have utility spells. When I was doing my 4 monk run, this was one of my favourite parts of the game because I remembered that area has nothing but a load of loot in it. And when you're playing with monks, who cares about the loot? They can't equip anything anyway, they're just punching guys. There is actually one really good weapon that monks can get, which we'll be seeing very late in the game. It's kind of a funny option. I don't know if it's actually a good option for them, but it's very funny that they can use it. Go! Okay, check our map. No reason to go left. I don't think. There's not a door there, is it? Nope, no doors there. So we're just going to hit the right. This area in particular makes it really bad for the map, just because even though these lava floors aren't doing tons of damage to us, I think it's literally like 1 HP per step or something like that. It's still really annoying that we're just taking damage from exploring. Oh, wow, you actually passed Bazaar? I mean, I guess you could call that casting Bazaar. That's not really a lot of damage, but sure, go ahead. Pop off, King. Okay, would rather see some strength and agility, that's fine. Oh yeah, so for the other job classes, because obviously we've only got the 4 here, if you had a thief in your party, their promotion turns them into a ninja. And they actually get one of the best promotions because, like the knight who learns a bit of white magic eventually, the ninja eventually learns black magic. And that means they can learn haste, and that means they can learn temper, and that means they're good. Whereas the white magic the knight gets is kind of more of a consolation prize than anything. But they get to use any weapon and armor, so I think that's good enough. Oh, Hellhound. An ambush my Hellhound. Oh, this is like that attack that the wolves did, except that we're over leveled now, so it does basically nothing. I mean, look at this, it's like 12 damage. It's like, we're gonna overheal more than we took there yet. There we go. They look more like leopards to me. I don't know. Weird dogs. Alright, and then from this floor, there's no reason to go left if I recall. Yeah, there's nothing actually. Oh, look at this whole section of map I'm on right now. There's no reason to go here. This just exists to kind of catch you off guard if you don't know the game and you don't have a map. Just to waste your time. There's nothing to go down, so we're gonna go down, right, down, wait, down, down, left, down, left. I suppose you could argue that not exploring does mean we're technically probably getting less encounters than the game maybe expected us to, but, I mean, it's clearly not causing us trouble yet. Level up for Yomi. Strength's not really very useful, but in any level that Yomi gains intellect is always a good level. Two more of these hellhounds. We'll just do our usual routine here. This is where the game gets very easy in terms of decision making. It's just healing stuff, whatever level 2 spells we need, and everyone else just swings the sword. Okay, it's here. There's the left, there's a room to the left, there's a room to the right, room to the down and right, and oh, this is actually the same floor on before. Huh. Go left first, then right, then down and right. Got it. Oh wait, there's a room right here. Cutting them like butter, like a hot knife through butter! You know, I just noticed that the black mages, or the black wizards' new pose they do when they cast a spell or they win a battle, it looks like they're asking for a high five and people just leaving them hanging. Especially with like the wing pose, like they're holding their hand up for a high five, they get left hanging, they hold it up again, and they're like, high five? Yeah, no, yeah, maybe, okay, but never mind. Oops. Following it now, this is monsters. I'm on to you, game. I know your tricks. You put 2 chests in a room, there's no way one of them is monsters. Another baby HP. Actually, that was a terrible level up for chat. That's the minimum you could get is like a small amount of HP. So the exact way that the level ups work in this game is every level there are certain stats you're guaranteed to get level up. These are fixed per level and per class. But you have a 1 in 8 chance of getting a stat boost for every stat that you're not scheduled to get. Bring some friends with them. No, of course, no point. Bring as many guests as you like with you. Let's see here. No, it's still by far much bigger than full, actually. Welcome, Raiders! Welcome aboard. We're just doing some Final Fantasy 1 right now. Hope you guys all had a good time, that you had a good stream. Let's see here. Oh wait, when I think about it, how big is everything? Welcome! Welcome, Raiders. I'm Helm-Chan, the perfectly normal robot maid, and tonight we are going through Final Fantasy 1, the Pixel Remaster. We're on our way to get the second crystal sorted out here in the fire cavern. Well, the volcano, rather. And enough from James. Thank you! I appreciate you. Let's see here. Like this one. Let's see. So we'll go over here. Some guilt. Oh, look at Maple! Welcome! I wasn't sure if that was your account as well or not, Maple, so I did not assume. Okay, I'm gonna go far left here. And all of these guys. Honestly, these encounters just kind of blur together after a little while, to be honest. Yeah, no, I figured it was what I meant, but I wasn't sure if you were behind the account or not, Maple. Oh, thank you, Yemi. Yeah, so this is the part of the game where the random encounters do really just kind of become a bit of a flavourless slurry for a little while. That's fine. Oh, flame shield. You know what? Here we go. Well, this one is the one that guards against ice, so I think they really maybe did intend you to do this one and the ice cave in either order, because they're the exact same strength, but one protects against ice, one protects against fire. Maybe. Not sure. Get the ice strand and the thing. We're gonna definitely put on the ice strand onto our red wizard, because now we've got 2 ice swords going. Okay, so fun so far, I'm glad to hear it. As long as people are just having a good time in my stream, that's literally all I could hope to ask for. Apart from these monitors, these guys can have a very bad day. Not as bad of a day as a troll, though. That troll was having an absolute shocker. So now we're going to go down and right, there's a door there, and then now next floor. We're actually almost done with this cave. This cave is not particularly... What a shard just walking casually on lava, right? Fun fact! I don't know what the rules for it in Dungeons & Dragons are. In Pathfinder, there are actual numbers associated with lava damage. I believe it is something along the lines of if you step in lava, it's about 4d6 of fire damage per turn. If you are fully submerged in it, it's 10d6 fire damage per turn. Thing is, this is just fire damage. So if you have a way to be immune or resistant to fire damage, or even get healed by it, you can just swim in lava, and at that point you're just at risk of drowning. I mean, I don't know if it's drowning or... What's it called if you're in... Is it a liquid? Suffocating, maybe? I'm not sure. But yeah, you can definitely swim in lava in Pathfinder with the right setup. You can get ambushed by a fire lizard who does 2 damage. Terrifying foe. Okay, that is a bit... Okay, I'll give you that. 53 is a bit more damage. We get a staff! Thanks, game! Gotta love those chests that just contain basic level 1 equipment to troll you. Lava is technically still molten rock superheated into a liquid state, so I guess it counts as drowning? Yeah, I'm not sure. I guess so? I genuinely don't know on that. Like, if you fell into a ball pit and the ball pit had really, really, really tiny balls, like a beanbag-sized beans, and you, like, were in that, would that be drowning? Or would that just be suffocating? Or maybe it's just choking. I don't know. Either way, I like the anatomy for this. I would advise you to not test that out. Please do not test that out. Not without proper magic or assistance. So we've got this nice little star-shaped path here, and we've got rooms on quite a lot of these. Thankfully, as soon as we go into one of these, we can peek in every other room and see which one's actually worth our time. There we go. 2 XP for Arsenal to level up. Hate to see it. Okay, so there's nothing in this room. There's nothing in that room to the left. There is a chest in the room to the top right. Chest in the room to the middle right. Chest in the bottom right. Something important in the bottom left. And a chest to the left. So, of all the rooms, we picked one of the 2 that contained nothing. Yeah, that seems about right for my type of luck. Speed through these fire rentals here. Here we go. Oh, that's a very good level up. Good HP growth, and we get every stat that matters. Well, stamina would be nice, but strength is the best. Good level up for Yomi as well. Very good. So listen, these level ups they're semi-scripted. On certain levels, you are guaranteed to get certain stats. For example, I believe the fighter is guaranteed a good HP level up every 2 levels. But every stat that isn't scripted to level up on that level, you have a 1/8 chance to get a level up. So in theory, you could just have like the best RNG in the world and get every stat leveled up every time you level up and just solo the game. In theory. I have no idea if there's any... That'd be a fun idea if there's any like mods or something that could put something like that in. Make it solo run a little bit easier at least. Does that impress how much you know about it? I love to absorb pointless trivia about games. I love learning like game systems and mechanics. It's just something I find really fun. There's a YouTuber. I forget his name now. I think it's something like Marcel Voss. Maybe getting that wrong. He does content on Roller Coaster Tycoon and like real deep dives into the mechanics of that game. I have never played Roller Coaster Tycoon. I'm probably never going to play Roller Coaster Tycoon. But I will sure as heck sit there and watch a 15-minute video of him sitting there and explaining to me why entertainers are good in Roller Coaster Tycoon. Considering how many flaws Pokemon games the first one has, I'm surprised it would as well as it did from what I've heard. Yes, the original Pokemon games are buggy messes. They are held together with bubblegum and string. The real funny part about that is, the versions that we got of the Pokemon games, Pokemon Red and Blue, which, even though those games are also buggy messes, they're actually improved from the Japanese versions of the game. The Japanese versions, the first versions were red and green, as you may or may not know, hence why we later got fire red and leaf green. They then released a improved third version, which was Pokemon Blue, which included a lot of bug fixes. Evidently, not enough bug fixes if you've actually played a Pokemon Gen 1 game. But yeah, Pokemon Japanese Green and Japanese Red are even buggier than our Red and Blue, which, considering the state of our Red and Blue, is quite a feat indeed. Also, if you played the original, the truth first. Thank you for the follow, your second creator here. I have something important for everyone. Daily reminder, you are worth it and deserve to be happy. Never push yourself to make others happy because you are perfect just the way you are. Get attacked by wholesomeness. Thank you! That is a very wholesome message. Thank you. And that is true for everyone in chat. Yeah. Always remember, whenever you're doubting yourself, you deserve it. Whatever it is in this context. Yeah, if you ever played the original Pokemon Gen 1 trading card game, a lot of the artwork, the original Kensu Himori artwork that was used in those early cards, was actually used for the sprites in the Japanese Red and Green. In fact, if you look at the Japanese Red and Green compared to the English Red and Blue, the sprites are actually a lot more on model on the Japanese games. And if you start to doubt yourself, so God help me, I will get you ice cream and warm blankets. Ah. Thank you. All right, though, Chan. You never allow yourself to believe that you don't deserve good things happening to you, or that you don't deserve whatever you've worked for. You know. So it can be very hard to accept sometimes. You know, when you're getting compliments or when you're like, you know, people are praising you for something. You know, I've been there myself sometimes, but you know, it's important to learn to accept that. And if you want to rag on yourself for jokes, that's fine. You know. I like to joke about my art being bad all the time, but I'm not hard on myself about it. I just joke about it. It's like I joke about you guys having a terrible HP bar. I mean, look at this, guys. You haven't even broke 300 yet. Seriously, come on. Actually, wow. Hold on a second. How come he has a 440? Wow. Is that this room didn't have anything in it? Now, before we leave this room, I will double check. I think it was the bottom left room I needed to check into. I think the middle left room had something, and then the bottom left room is where we need to go. Let's see. Bottom left, middle left. Okay, just middle left, and then we go to the boss. Oh, shoot, I spoiled it. Sorry, guys, spoilers. There's a boss at the end of this dungeon. I know that's a very unusual design choice, but spoilers for a 25-plus-year-old game. Oh wow, I actually cast Blink. If I didn't help them. Yeah, gasp, no. It's funny when there's like spoilers for really old things. I remember when JoJo's Bizarre Adventure was getting its anime airing. And I'm not going to act like I'm like some, you know, die-hard JoJo fan. I never read JoJo. I only ever watched it from the anime, like quite a lot of people. But it is kind of funny when, you know, people are getting mad over spoilers for JoJo because obviously it's not really been a huge thing in the West before the anime came out. And at the same time, it's like, oh yeah, it's kind of weird. It's like spoilers for an anime and a manga that's possibly older than most of its target audience. I can't remember correctly, JoJo came out in like 1980 something, I think? Yeah, weird. Imagine a dungeon that starts with a boss fight, locks you in, and then you explore it with the other mobs in there, unable to leave to get healers in. That's an interesting concept, actually. Huh. I feel like in the back of my mind somewhere, I have a vague memory of something like that, but I can't put my finger on it. Maybe I'm just misremembering. Robot Tuber, yes! Welcome! Welcome, Bandu! And Helm-Chan, perfectly normal robot maid. Hope you're having a good evening tonight. We're just working our way through the gold volcano to relight the fire crystal. JoJo actually spoiled a movie for all its readers by revealing the Sixth Sense plot twist in the manga via a time traveler as he saw an early release movie. Really? Really? That is equal parts awful and absolutely hilarious. That is really one of those using your superpowers for evil kind of moments. That's wild, wow. Yeah, we can just do this, I think. If that is true, that is incredible, though. Full strength would be nice, but we'll take it. Flame mail. I really don't think you're going to need it. Actually, you can't put it there. I don't think you're going to need it, Fighter, but we'll give you the flame mail anyway, so you can take even less damage. Even though it caps at 1. And we'll take a nice stroll down the lava river towards our destination. Yeah, search JoJo's Bizarre Adventure spoils Sixth Sense Awesome, that's bound to come up. That is so interesting. I'm definitely going to look that up later, because that is... I gather that if you were there at the time, that would have been infuriating, but in the benefit of hindsight, it's kind of hilarious. It kind of reminds me of, alright, guys, if someone somewhere in chat somehow cares about Harry Potter spoilers, this is your warning. It's like that, it's kind of like when people were doing the whole Snape kills Dumbledore as like the big meme spoiler, you know? Don't get me wrong, I definitely understand why people would have been infuriated at the time for that, but it's something that I think we can look back at and laugh now. Alright guys, we have found our orb. Let's pop our potions, make sure we're fully healed. I don't think we're going to need it, but we'll pop a quick save just to be safe. And let us see what happens when we ponder the red orb. So you are the ones who defeated the Fiend of Earth and roused Marilith from her slumber. The power of the burning flame is mine and mine alone. Those who would oppose me shall burn in hellfire. Hellfire's Ifrit's attack, you're not Ifrit. Got some stuff to do before Bedlam Street Beer? Chris, no problem, you have yourself a great rest. I'm glad you had a great time while you're here. It's a pleasure as always to have you with us. You have a great night's sleep. Right then, well. So you am quite helping in business course. No problem, Yomi. No problem at all. As I always say, I appreciate everyone for being here, whether you're lurking, whether you're chatting, whether you're just... Oh. I think that covers the 3 major categories, but you get what I'm saying. Anyways, we're gonna do our standard boss strategy. We're gonna throw haste onto the fighter. We're gonna... Do we have anything else we could do with you that could help the fighter do even more damage? I don't think so. You know what, we'll just throw gauntlets and we'll have Black Mage Temper, and this should do a ton of damage, depending on the order this goes off in. Look at that. Huh. Oh, bad damage. I was expecting a little more. It's fine, we've got more casts of Temper. Wow, that did disappointingly low. Okay, that's fine. Well, I said before, and I said again, the strategy for bosses is just Temper and Haste on your fighter. That's on the Red Mage, I literally don't care. Although, he does get the really good sunglasses. Chat looking pretty swag right now. But we're just going to stack Tempers on the fighter, and this should now do about, I think it's about 600 damage, maybe a bit more. Maybe a bit more indeed. 900, and they survived that fun enough. I think one more round of Temper and one more attack, and they'll probably be dead. Or just one more attack, maybe. One more attack does it. Yeah, maybe just a teensy bit over level, chat. It's fine, it's fine. This would not have been significantly harder even if we were. We're so over leveled we didn't even level up from that. Now it is time to relight the Crystal of Fire. There it is. We're halfway there officially now. That's the second crystal relit out of 4. Alrighty, let's get back on our ship. We're going to go back to Present Isle. You know what? I'm going to give the NPCs the benefit of the doubt for once. I said I'm not going to talk to many NPCs in this game because they don't have much to say. I'm genuinely curious if any of the NPCs, any of the old men in that circle, have going to actually give us any directions, or if they're just going to say the same thing. Let's see if any of them actually respond to us having defeated the Fire Fiend. Nope. 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 Okay, yeah, so I'm pretty sure... Yeah, none of these... Do you have anything different to say? Nope. So at this point in the game, once again, has given us absolutely zero direction of where we need to go. I do kind of know where we need to go. Sort of. I know what we need to do. I don't know exactly what location we go to do it, though, but we'll figure it out. We'll rest up, get our spell charges back. You know what, looking at the time, I'm not going to stop yet, I'm going to keep going for a while yet, but we're getting close to the 4-hour mark. Actually, I'll keep going for a little while before we take a break, because I think we're going to be doing a... I think what comes next is a little bit of a... Maybe a little bit slower, a bit of a downtimey kind of thing, so I don't want to come back on that. Let's take care of that first. Because we have the new airship after all, so we can go to all kinds of places. Unfortunately, only some of them are relevant to us right now. For example, over here, there is... We can see a city here. This is not relevant to us yet. There is... I think it's up in the corner here. The city here. I don't know if this is where we need to go or not. There's about 4 towns we can go to, including this one guy, which has more... This one has 2 magic shops. Is this one we need to go to? This is where the pond is. Okay, I know where we need to go next. Okay. We're going to just go to the magic shops first. We're about to probably empty our pockets here, chat. Not going to be real. We go to the target for both our blackcasters. I'm going to go to White Mage shop, see what's there. Pure Raja, we definitely want. I'm going to hold off on Diadra right now, because I don't know if we're going to really have a justified purchase of that. I mean, we've got infinite use of Thundara now, so... Holy, Null, Ore, and Dispel. We want Dispel. We want Holy. And that's almost cleaned us out. Stop, Warp, and Kill. I actually don't think we want any of these spells. So Stop is like a Paralyze, but as stated before, Paralyze in this game barely sticks. Warp is an instant kill effect that teleports enemies out, and I think you can also use it to leave dungeons. And Kill is just an instant kill, which, just like stats effects, barely ever sticks, so we're actually probably not going to bother with any of those. Unfortunately, this was not the town I needed to go to first, but that's fine. This is actually going to be where I do need to go. I need to go all the way to this continent on the left. There's a town here, we'll be coming back there later. Not just yet. For now, we need to go to... Yes, we need to park ourselves down here. This is the closest we can get. Oops, don't overwrite saves. We've got this save, there we go. So, this section, what I'm about to do, there is a hint for this in the game somewhere. An NPC does give you a clue for this, but as I said before, the NPCs in this game don't really have anything significantly interesting to say most of the time, so I'm just going to skip past that part. You guys don't want to go and watch me talk to a generic NPC with one line of dialogue just to say, hey, go over here. Well, we get some more level ups, which is always nice. Where we go, and this is another one of those, how are we supposed to know these things? This desert has a little bit of patch of sand here that is not connected with the rest of the sand. You're supposed to know that if you go here, specifically here, you find a caravan. In the NES version of the game, this was even weirder. The NES version didn't even have a map screen here. when you got here, it just took you to a shop menu. Because that's the main benefit here. You can go to the shop and buy a bottled fairy for 40,000 gil, and we have exactly enough for that. That was lucky, good thing I didn't buy those spells. So we bought a bottled fairy. Does she tell me what to do here? She does not. There's the key items screen too much to do here. Nope, just a bottle containing a fairy. We're Legend of Zelda now. So, again, I'm kind of speed running a little bit here, again, just because it's not the most interesting part, but we have to take that fairy somewhere. Cheshire, welcome! Hope you're doing well. I know you had to go away earlier, but I hope that your Edith's been treating you nicely. You got a nice level up for chat. You brought us good luck, Cheshire, thank you. So we're gonna go back to that town we were just at, Gaia. That's where I believe we need to take this ferry. We'll just do another quick save real quick, just in case. Not expecting anything bad to happen, but we walk out here and the ferry comes out. They really are not even pretending this isn't Legend of Zelda now, are they? So again, in the NES version, that cutscene doesn't happen. You just have to know where to go at this point. And where we're going to go is a very roundabout route. We have to go around here, past the item shop, following the path round, off the path, down here, and round to here. And by the way, the pace of the game chat is actually about to go very quickly. The time between us getting the first and second crystals was pretty long. We're actually on the way to getting the third, if you can believe that. You're the ones who rescued me from that bottle. I'm sorry about running away, but I was just so scared. I'll get you some Oxy Ale from the bottom of the spring to make up for it, okay? So, Oxy Ale, I believe is explained in-game, if I remember correctly. I think this is literally like an ale, like a beer, that just continuously spits out oxygen somehow. I don't quite understand how that works, but, you know, we're playing a game where a fairy just, you know, popped into a lake and pulled it out. You know, air will flow out of that water for as long as you have it. So I guess it's like super carbon dioxide? Well, at least it's not nitrogen monoxide. So we have to take this over to that town that we're just flying by. Again, I know I'm kind of all over the place right now. Again, I could go through the steps to show you how we're meant to know this, but it's not that interesting. This is not a game you play for the story or the in-depth character dialogue. Photosynthesis. Could be. Now I'm wondering if Morphe can photosynthesize. Huh. Anyway. All these hellhounds, we've dealt with these guys before, and we've dealt with these guys now. Oxyal sounds like the med they gave me for my knee problems. Ask your doctor if Oxyal is correct for you. That is one of those very American things. So if the accent does not make it clear, I am in England. And the idea of commercials advertising medicine to you, and the idea of asking your doctor if a specific medicine would be good for you, is a completely alien concept to me. That just sounds completely crazy. Ah, Hilaga! One of the most awkward spell names in the entire game. We will be picking this up, but we can't afford it right now. Have Morphe on stream one day. If we can figure that out, I don't know how that works, you know what I mean? So if that would work with how you've got him set up, I'd love to have that one. That'd be funny. And we have Saber and Blind. So Saber is so close to being a good spell. It's not bad. Problem is, it's a caster only. If we could get this on the Red Mage, this would be really useful. Because it's on the Black Wizard, it's not really that helpful, unfortunately. Maybe we'll buy it, I don't know. There might be a way we can put it to use. There's a certain item later in the game that could be helpful. Oh, it's one of the dragons here. Amazing! Humans have been honoured by the Dragon King. Oh yeah, I believe if you have not had your job promotion yet, this dragon will give you a hint that implies, hey, you should probably go and speak to Bahamut because you can get a job promotion. And then over here, we have this unique NPC. So, actually, I possibly should have come here and spoke to this NPC first. If you talk to her first, she says she's made a submarine out of this barrel. But it's dangerous because the oxygen runs out. Oh, Cheshire, no problem. You have yourself a good evening. Enjoy spreading your mission to other streams, whatever you're up to. You have a great night. So yeah, she says that this submarine can't work because the oxygen runs out. That's basically it. That's just kind of... I think she mentions Oxyale, but doesn't necessarily say where to get it. Anyway, we've got it, so she's going to react to it. So you have Oxyale. You're the ones we've been waiting for. Please save the mermaids. Final Fantasy 1 creepypasta confirmed? Anyone else getting vibes from that one scene of Pokemon X and Y with that one Hex Maniac coming out of the lift? Well, I'm sure the battle's fine, right? We'll get in the battle, nothing could go wrong, we have Oxyale. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about, Yoni. And now... looks like a Helm-Chan mini mascot. Man, those submarine building ghosts are stuff. Right, Jack? So, we are now at the Sunken Shrine. This is where the third crystal's located. We're already on the way there. This area is a little bit tricky because there's a path at the top left that goes down and a path at the top right that goes up. If I remember correctly, the down one is our destination, but the up one has some goodies. So, we've been basically full clearing every dungeon so far. Why stop now? And these enemies are actually going to be, well, we're still probably going to be fine, but we're not going to be as over-leveled for these enemies. This is definitely intended to be the third dungeon. Oh, you know what? I should have... Ah, it's one of the trolls again! It's been an extremely bad day. Yeah, this dungeon is definitely expected to be the third dungeon. So we're not going to be too over-leveled now, I don't think. Oh, look at that, we didn't even one-turn this guy. I suppose we have been running away from quite a few fights. Okay, let's just check the map. So there's nothing in those rooms. There is a chest in the room to the left. And that's about it. We'll check the left first, and then we'll go up the floor. I was going to take a break, wasn't I? Ah, who cares? We'll do it back later. I haven't got any ads to worry about or anything. Oh, we should be fine. Well, that got it. I was just about to say, I think these guys poison. And they're dead. That's fine, we've got a billion antidotes, we'll be fine. This really is one of those call an ambulance, but not for me moments. Got a antidote. There we go. More gil, and yeah, so we're going to head to that upwards arrow there on the right. We're going to up a floor. Because, I mean, that ghost woman did say we have to save the mermaids, right? So we're not just going to let them down. Although, the mermaids are tier elements. I might be forced to reconsider that stance. Water trolls, yes! There is actually a type of water troll in Pathfinder. I don't know if it's in Dungeons and Dragons, but there's a species called a Mero, I believe. No, Meros are ogres. I'm new to the older FS, so they auto-attack. So, yeah, Cosmic, what we're doing here, you can see the pulsing button in the top left. I have it set to where they are just going to repeat the last action I've put into them. So, my fighter's going to attack, my red mage is going to attack, the white wizard's going to cast a heal spell with the healing staff, and the black wizard will cast a thunder spell using gauntlets. But you can put in your commands manually, that's kind of what they expect you to do, but we're a little over-leveled at this point in the game, so I haven't got to really think too hard about random encounters right now. There we go. Unfortunately, no Dragoons in this game. Dragoons started in Fantasy 3, actually. They're actually pretty good. Dragoons in Fantasy 3, actually pretty decent class, actually. Right, so every other room apart from the exact one we've gone into has chests. Oh. And then there's a... Is there... Wait, I thought there was a... Must be misremembering. I thought there was another set of stairs on this floor. I can't seem to see it. Okay, maybe I was just looking it up. Maybe I'm just misremembering. Huh. It's weird that we're this late in the game only now just finding enemies just called Ghost. Oh, wow, that did a ton of damage. Well, I said we weren't as over-leveled anymore. I'm actually... We're fine. Right? Yumi's got 18 HP. That's enough. You don't need more than 18, right? I mean, you don't really need more than 1, right? Yeah, let's just Curada for Yomi. Actually, do we have the... Yeah. You know what? We're gonna throw it... oh, this is the red mage we're about. We're gonna do a... let's do an AoE, I guess. We'll do a Fire Arga, and you can do the heal up. Heal... Wait, did we not buy Heal Arga? We didn't buy Heal Arga, right? We're gonna buy Heal Arga. We'll just use a Cure Up. That should be enough. Fire Arga. Let's see. Ghost of the worst enemies to find in the future. Apparently so, yeah. As I've said, I have an approximate knowledge of a lot of this game, but there's a lot of things I don't know for certain. What I do know is that's a very good level up. We'll take it. Alright, let's just have Yomi chug potions like she's at a frat party. There we go. You know what? I would love to see that as an art. Just like Morphe chugging a potion. That'd be great. Just like doing a fucking keg stand. Alright. Yeah, chug! Okay, we should be okay. I think we're okay to go back to our usual combat routine here. I actually don't know whether the water enemies in this game are weak to lightning or not. I think they are. I'm genuinely not sure. Yeah, I want to see it. Well, Jack, welcome. Thank you for the follow, Jack. Hope you've been having a good time here. And thank you for the advice from the ghosts. I'll definitely be a bit more aware of them next time they show up. Take it a bit more seriously. With Morphe the anti-Soju. How sussy could Morphe get? Well, I want to know how sussy Morphe could get. Huh. It's funny how I always worry I talk about others too much on stream, but when you do it mentioning me and the friends, it makes me smile, kind of giving me a little something wrong with that toy, Yomi. Ooh, major stuff. Oh, I think that's... Okay, so this is technically the upgrade for Yomi. I'm going to put it on Yomi, but this is the second of our offensive items. This can be used to cast Fire. So now we have Thunder, or Thundara, and Fire under our belt. Morphe used my... Oh, I see. Very sassy indeed. Clearly, yes. Anyway. Okay, so down and right. Oh, there... Right, that's the path for me to go. So we're going to go left first, get that chest on the left, get the chest in the shop and above us, and above that, and then the bottom right. Well, these guys, we got these. These aren't bothersome unless they poison us. By the way, Yomi, did you like your new haircut? You seem to have lost the hat but acquired, what do they call that? An undercut? It's like the sides are shaved. Imitation guile. Go home and be a family alchemist. Ooh, good luck. Okay. Light axe, I believe this one is also one. This, I think, is this the Dia one? Yeah, this casts Diara. So we're getting a lot of these spell items right now, which is really handy. If we run into ghosts, we can have Yomi or Aquarina use the light axe instead of casting Diara. Won't be as powerful as a third level spell, but hey, it doesn't cost us anything. Level up for chat and baby HP. Well, the strength is doing okay, so that's something at least. Not overshoot the door. And I still cannot get over the troll sprites. I just love their expressions so much. Like, none of the sprites in this game are bad. They are based on the NES sprites. They've just kind of recolored them and touched them up to look a bit nicer. But the troll really does just have such a great pose. Some Gil. Oh, that's the only one in this one. Alright. Jug. Ah! A jug. Also, small thing about this area that Luminous Yes, you have a good night. Hope you've had a great time while you're here. You get yourself some good rest, okay? So what I just want to point out, I mean, it's not really a hidden thing, but I really love the very subtle ripple effect they have on the water here. As someone that tried to do a bit of... I'm not the best artist, but as someone that tried to render the surface of the water with like some light reflections, that's really hard to get looking right, and that looks fantastic. Like if I had a low-res monitor, that'd make a really nice wallpaper even. Like an animated wallpaper. Hazy! Hazy, welcome! Welcome, Hazy, you made it! Welcome, Hazy, how are you doing? I saw you were sleep streaming earlier. I hope it went well. I hope your sleep went well. Either way, I hope you're doing well, Hazy. Great to see you. Oh, watermelons. You finally woke up. Good. We're just working our way through the water shrine. I am doing well, thank you. Thank you for asking, yeah. Yeah, things are going great. We've been making great progress. Thank you so much. Yes, I'm really happy with how the model turned out. I'm really happy with how everything's just going. Everyone's just been so supportive, so kind. It's just, you guys are the best. Kind of guilt, and up to the next floor. Here we go, so remember what I was saying earlier about peeking in the rooms? This is a floor where that really helps. This has a lot of rooms. So we can peek in here, and we can see bottom row, 2 chests, middle row, second one is chests. Actually, it's not middle, it's 4 rows. Okay, so top row, 3 on the right. Middle row, third one, second row, third one, second one, last one on the right. Okay, I'm gonna forget this again, that's fine. The mermaids here, they just want to be saved. Again, I'm not going to go out of my way to talk to all the NPCs because their dialogue is mostly pointless, but basically, if you talk to the mermaids here, they tell you that the Kraken has been menacing them, and they're ask you for help. Ember! Ember, welcome! Oh, why did, the alert didn't show off. I've got an alert for Rays. I don't know why it didn't show up there, but welcome. Oh, I see, Gorilla Raid. I see, that's fine then. That's fine, I was just worried something had broken there. Avoided scuff so far. Oh, no, I hope you're doing well. Nice. I saw you streaming earlier. I hope that everything went well for you. What was it you were playing again? I can't remember. I saw you doing it, but I can't remember what it was. Right, that's that new, that's the Pinocchio Souls-like game, right? How are you finding it? Is it? Oh, great. I'm glad you're having a great time with it. Definitely not my cup of tea, but I'm glad you're having a fun time with it. I'm too bad at games to play Souls-like. Okay, so we go down. Right, okay. Oh, I remember now. This has a funny thing. This has a very silly path thing you have to take for this. Gil. Rabbit, welcome. We're doing well. We're on our way through the sunken shrine. We've gone through the fire cavern, beaten the fiend of fire, and we're working our way through the sunken shrine now. So, okay, chat. You see this room in the top right, in the corner here. A bit to my right and a bit up. You can see that we can't reach that. To our right, there is a impassable river. If we go down, there's an impassable river. If we go up, there's an impassable river. How are we meant to get into that room? Very strange design, isn't it? We'll get this chest. Make sure there's no more we've missed. Two below us, we'll get those first. Yeah, I'll let you guys can ponder on how we're going to get that room over there. Because the answer's either going to be very obvious, or you're going to be like, how are we meant to figure that out? Or you're going to feel really dumb. Swim your orbit underwater. I'm not sure, it's weird, right? Like, we needed the Oxyal to get here. We've gone underwater, but then there's water in the pools here. It's strange, so it's weird. But work tomorrow, Zara, from Corner Night. No problem, Zara. You have yourself a great night. Thanks for joining us. I hope you've had a good time while you've been here. And Ember as well. Good luck. Absolutely, Ember. Absolutely. No, completely understand. You've been doing your stream. I'm sure you're tired as well. You lurk, you want to take off, I'd understand as well. Alright, we got Diamond Shield. Great shield. Oh! I've been picking up all this loot and I've been so busy chatting with chat and acknowledging our raids and whatnot. I did not actually look at what we've grabbed. We got Diamond Armor, which is better than the Ruby. So we're going to put that on Aquarina, and Ruby can go on to Yummy. Let's just optimal gear everyone to make sure we haven't missed anything. Okay, we're good. Alright, so chat, have you guys puzzled over that corner room, how we're going to get there yet? The solution is very obvious once you know the trick, but it also comes across as really dumb. Because you see, chat, see the top right, the very top right there? There's a pathway that leads to nowhere. The reason why it leads to nowhere is because this is one of the very few areas in the entire game that cycles on itself. We just walk off the top left of the map and appear on the top right, and that's how you get this room. It's such a dumb solution. This took me an embarrassingly long amount of time to figure out the first time I actually did it. But for our efforts, we get some diamond gloves, a diamond helm, and the Rosetta Stone. This will come into handy elsewhere. I don't remember if this item's technically optional or not, but we definitely wanted that. So let's put that new diamond gear onto our fighter because they haven't got enough defense yet. Can you put on the gauntlets? It's a stone helm, you didn't make it. It's even official size, but not official weight. Clever trick probably to make up to NES moves. Could be, yeah. And it's definitely a clever trick, and honestly, I'm glad they only use it once because it would feel a bit annoying if they use it more than once, you know? It makes you feel... It's a kind of puzzle that's... You feel a little bit dumb when you figure it out, but it's not frustratingly hard. I'm just stupid, that's why it took me so long to figure it out. Alright, so now we've gone up. That's the top part of this area. And we've used barely... Oh, more ghosts. I probably should have looked at what we were fighting, but maybe we'll be okay. Let's see, I'm gonna actually do this one properly, just in case. Okay, that wasn't too bad. That's not great, but okay, we're fine. I mean, we did just upgrade Yomi's armor, so... Do I remember to get the northernmost treasure on this floor? I believe so. I will use my map and have a look in a second. As we deal with these jerks. No, let's use the light axe and the gauntlets. Oh wow, that did a lot more damage than I thought it would do. Let me just, I'll just see, where's the closest room? You always forget one? Yeah, I possibly did. I think I got it. I'm gonna check the room that's over here and use that to peek. Yeah, I did. So you can, oh! Good catch! Thank you, Jack! I did miss that one! I almost left without it, thank you! I did forget that one. I've got a feeling, so I have completed this game 100%. The Pixel Remaster has a bestiary feature and a loot tracking feature where there's achievements for unlocking every chest, beating every enemy. I have done that. I am pretty sure that it may have been that chest was one of the ones I missed in my first time trying to do so. Right, HP level up. Pretty good level for Yomi. Awesome. We did a bit of damage there, so potion chug time. There we go. And let's get that northern chest that we had forgotten. Oh shoot. She's gonna use the light axe. That's fine. We can waste a turn. There we go. We're fine. They're so overpowered we don't even need to fight optionally. Okay, well these guys are gonna get the light axe. Well, that guy must have like 2 HP left because the fighter did just a tiny bit more HP than the damage. There we go. That's a ton of damage. I don't know if Deer is like a damage type and they have like a super vulnerability. Diamond armor! Oh, Jack, thank you for reminding me of that because that is a very good bit of gear that crafts the goddess lightning damage. Thank you for that. Definitely had forgotten that, so thank you again. Oh, hey, Sahagins. Well, I didn't even remember they were already in here. Alright. Well, Thundara for the win, so that should do it. Yeah, I appreciate it. If I ever forget something or anything and like anyone wants to chime in, like, I don't want people like super backseat and everything, but if I forget something or anyone knows like a bit of information that I'm misremembering, by all means chime in. I love, sharing information about, obscure facts in games and whatnot, or mechanics or what have you. I'm not too proud to admit that I get a lot of things wrong, so don't feel like you can't correct me, because God knows there's enough things to correct me on. Oh, ambush, okay. Come on, let's get through this. At least these guys are putting up a little bit of a fight. I mean, the Thundara for the win is great, but in Pokemon Yellow, if you talk to Pikachu while in the cave, you're supposed to use flashing, heal, spark, and light up the sensor. Oh, I think I heard about that one recently, and wasn't that one of those discoveries that was kind of unfound for a really long time? It's kind of wild how there's old discoveries like that in old games that people still find. The one that's the most interesting to me with that is in Generation 1 of Pokemon. Pokemon cannot get inflicted by the secondary effects of moves with the same type as themselves. So what that means is a lightning-type Pokemon can't be paralyzed by Thunderbolt. A ice-type Pokemon can't be frozen by Blizzard. And a normal-type Pokemon can't be paralyzed by Body Slam. Apparently, this was actually a big news. Apparently, a lot of competitive players didn't know this. And the simulators that people use to play Pokemon online hadn't accounted for this in Gen 1, meaning that they had to then change it. The funny thing about that to me, though, is there was no reason for that to be something that they didn't know. Pokemon Stadium 2 has a trainer academy. It's kind of like an advanced tutorial, and it actually tells you that was the case in Gen 1, which leads me to believe that for some reason these people that love Pokemon never played Pokemon Stadium 2, or if they did, I guess they just thought they were too good to go to the tutorial section. Honestly though, if you ever play Stadium 2, check that out. It's honestly one of the better tutorials in pretty much any game I've actually seen. Alright, chest over, not chest, room over there, and then we go up, right? Yeah, then we go up. There. Easy peasy. It's well. Oh wait, was that not a door there? I thought there was a door there. Am I just? That's stupid. I mean, I'm stupid, but I'm just taking it easy, waving the healers. Exactly, yeah. Yeah, exactly. You're just a heal bot. Just like sitting there, magazine in one hand, stick in the other hand, just casually going boop, boop, boop. Just whenever the people need it. Well, how I'm clocking in for the night. Have a great rest of the stream. No problem, Hal. You have yourself a great night's sleep. I hope you had a great time while you're here, and it's been a pleasure as always to have you here. You have a great night's sleep. Okay, so yeah, I must have just misseen. There's actually no chest on this floor at all, so we're just gonna go up to the top. Oh, ghosts. That'll be fine. I should really be prepared for the ghost encounters a bit more often, but I think we're getting to the point where we don't really care too much. Really this should kill. I can't imagine a superpowered person like that. Their power is like electricity generating, and they work as a generator for emergency services, sitting in a tent and reading as the power is drained. It's that's fun actually. It reminds me of Mega Man, the original Mega Man Robot Masters. The lore behind them is that they were made to be utilities. Like Elec-Man was a power plant robot. I believe Fireman was like a sort of like thermoelectric robot or something. But yeah, I could definitely see that. I always like when a setting has characters with powers that put them to use in slightly more mundane ways. Like a character that maybe has an ice magic, just sticks their finger in their drink and does a tiny bit of ice magic stirring it to cool it down or something, Oh, like paralyzed fire, that's not fair. That's fine, the deer should probably take care of it. There we go, easy peasy. This is where we go, right? We went... There we go, I think. I have weak ice magic, so I create snow clones with my magic to Exactly, yeah! That's one thing that I kind of liked with My Hero Academia. I liked how they had, like, almost everyone had their quirk, and they were very usefulness, you know, so you might have someone who's got a very useful one, someone that's just got, you know, something that works as a day job perk or something. I thought it was a very fun idea. You know, Karina, that sounds like a light novel title you've written there. Or like an isekai title. Oh, there's nothing in the chest. Oh, hey Z, no you're awesome. I can fly, but a little slower than a walk. Like flying, but at what cost? Stazak, thank you for the follow. I hope you're having a great evening tonight. Hope you've been enjoying the stream, and I just hope you're having a great time tonight. It is, this is a great game. It's definitely very basic, but I just have such fun with this game. Sometimes you don't want a great a massive JRPG where you've got 5 hours of cutscenes before the first boss and whatnot, you know. Sometimes it's nice just having an RPG where it's just like, bad guy, you are a good guy, fight. The mod behind Ocarina has been isekai web novels, actually somewhere between 600 and 700,000 words. Oh goodness. That is quite the commitment. It's impressive. I haven't done much writing in ages. I used to do a fair bit. I used to do quite a bit of like text role-playing, but I haven't done that in quite a while. I used to... If anyone remembers, it still exists. I kind of got my big start in role-playing back on Gaia Online back in the day, if anyone remembers that site. I remember back in the day before the economy in that game was terrible. Again, this guy, you're not... This is what you get when you get the budget guards. I mean, this man is here. This is malicious compliance. He was told to guard the chests, so he's just going to stand near the chests and be like, well, you didn't say I had to stop them taking it out. That is a great item. We got the ribbon there. And the ribbon... This guards against all elemental attacks and stats effects. In practical terms, if I remember correctly, this makes you immune to basically every status and halves the damage you will take from elemental attacks. Suffice to say, this is absolutely amazing, and anyone can equip it, though the actual defense it gives you is not so good. But we probably will put one of those on the fighter eventually, just because it's so handy. Yeah, most OP items for some reason. I never understood that. It's one of those weird Final Fantasy staples where ribbons are always really good, even though it's like, why is this so good? I have so much fan art of my avatar there and a Gaia item. Really? You have an actual item on Gaia? Like, dedicated to you? That's awesome if that's the case. I haven't even logged into my Gaia account in ages. I think the last time I logged on there, I made my avatar look like the Nobel Gundam, because there was I forget what they called it, but there was an item set that was basically legally distinct Gundam. That's why Helm-Chan would never address. It's a massive stat boosting piece on her dress. Damn, they found me out. Okay, so I don't think we did the bottom. I can't remember. We'll check the bottom room. I can't remember if we checked it now. I just get people presents on Gaia while at work. Probably have a 10k tech. Wow. You like work or work fun or something, Akarena, or you're just very philanthropic? Either way, that's still really cool. I remember back when Gaia had the OMG hat. I always kind of wanted one of those. I always thought it looked pretty cool, but by the time I had my own means of buying things, they were out of stock, and the used ones were either expensive or not in particularly good condition. Black Cocoa Kit, gosh, yeah, you're bringing it back now, Yummy. Back when, I'm so old school for Gaia. I remember back when the monthly collectibles were still called donation items. I wonder if they were kind of forced to change that, or they just decided to change that. Because, I mean, let's be honest, they were never really a donation incentive. They were always just buy a cool item. But HODD and detail. I'm afraid I'm not. I don't... Those are either newer items that I'm familiar with, or they're items I'm just forgetting the acronym for, I'm afraid. It has been a hot minute since I last thought about Guy, I'll be real. Man, I remember... Wow. Ancient memory unlocked. I just remembered the Halloween event they did one year, where it was like an alien invasion and you could turn your avatar into an alien. That was a weird one. I think last time I looked into Guy, they'd added some sort of like weird, chibi, like furry characters you could be in our avatar. Very strange. But you know, I'm glad it's an option for people that want it. Oh, Horns the Demon and Demon Tail! Ah, right. Okay, yes, I do remember those items now, yeah. Yeah, the Horns were like one of the original ones like everyone wanted from what I remember. Those were like really expensive. Oh wow, actually a different encounter once. I'll be fine. Oh, Eva, thank you! I just hope, as I said, I just hope people have a good time in my streams. If I've got one person here having a good time, then I've done my job there, you know? And I'm just playing a game that I already like anyway, you know? If you guys are enjoying watching that, then that's even better. Evil Wally. Giant's gloves! Okay. This is another one of those really cool items. This one casts Saber when used. You guys may remember the Saber spell I said a little while ago. This would be a really good item, but it only works on the person that used it. Well, now we've got the Giant's gloves. The Knight can cast Saber on himself. Exactly, Jack. Second or third best item in the game. So now, when we fight a boss, the Knight can buff himself, the Red Wizard can buff the Knight, and the Black Wizard can buff the Knight. We're gonna get the buffest Knight you've ever seen. Oh, you're me, you're my best friend. Love you. Seriously though, Yemi, thank you, so much for the support you've given me, shout-outs and whatnot, and just being awesome. I should did a bit of damage there. I'm going to chug me potions for a bit, why not? Wouldn't want to get withdrawal. Okay, so quick room check. There's one to the top left, and that's all of the chests. Cool. Oh no, I'm proud of you, Yummy. You've been killing it. I mean, you're freaking mashed up today. Merry afternoon, people. Merry afternoon, Silver Smiles. I hope your time zone is going well for you. I only can play that house up as a couple. Please. Thank you. Just the fact that anyone wants to throw bits at me is just very flattering. I think it's a bit until the third item since I cannot recall exactly where it is. I think I know which one you're getting at, Jack. I know there's a very good item that we don't get till very near the end of the game that is useful for technically anyone, but I think I know the one you're referring to. I hope so, and not to brag or anything, but like looking at the requirements, I'm pretty close to it already. I might even just get it after my Yu-Gi-Oh stream on Wednesday. Which, if anyone in chat is Yu-Gi-Oh heads, I'll be doing some Master Duel on Wednesday. I'm not sure exactly what the plan is yet. It might just be doing a bit of ranked ladder, but I've got some weird and wonderful decks that I love to inflict upon unsuspecting people. There's that one too, but I'm thinking something else. Okay. Let's see, it's up here. I think I might have actually just remembered what one you might be thinking of, Jack. If it's a piece of clothing, I think we've got a little while to go yet, but not too far. If that is the item you're thinking of course. Yummy, good HP, good strength, that's it. Duncan Shrines. And affiliate celebration. I mean, honestly, at the rate I'm going, I might have to. I wasn't expecting this, but I don't know what I'd do, but I'd figure something out. Actually, I do have some friends that may have been working on a board game for a little while. That's something I definitely want to show you guys at some point. Maybe get some other VTubers in and do a playtest. I think that'd be a lot of fun. It might be a bit less of an interactive stream, admittedly, because obviously we'll be focusing on the game itself, but eventually we do want to get the game itself put onto the Steam Workshop for tabletop sim, so anyone would be able to play it. And eventually, with any luck, hopefully we might even make it into a physical product one day, maybe? None of us know anything about making physical products for board games or anything, but I mean, you've got to start somewhere, right? Dr. Leon! Welcome back! Thank you for the raid! Hope your stream went well for you. What were you up to, Dr. Leon? We're just making our way through the Sunken Shrine now, having gotten through the Fire Cave. A bad ball game by I Love Voice. Oh, thank you. It's so the game itself, Monkey Magic. Oh wow, I have a very vague. I recognize the name. I don't know that I'd be able to pick it out of the lineup, but I know of that game. I'm gonna have to refresh myself on that one. But that is, I know that's an old PS1 game. Oh, it's great though. Yeah, I know the name. I don't think I could pick out I don't know if I'd be able to pick it out if you showed me a screenshot of it, but I definitely know of the name. One of those things, again, where I have approximate knowledge of many things. Yeah, my board game is, the board game we've been making was inspired by, appropriate to the stream, Final Fantasy XIV raiding. For context, me and the friends that I've been making it with, we used to do hardcore raiding. Like the end game, the really difficult stuff, the sort of stuff where you spend a couple of weeks throwing yourself at it and dying repeatedly before you even get close to clearing it. I got really burnt out. It was not... I enjoyed my time with it, it was fun while I was doing it, but I was getting frustrated, I was getting burnt out, it was not healthy for me, so I knocked it on the head. But I liked the raiding itself. The raiding itself was fine, it was just scheduling and schedule conflicts and... it's... I'm not going to disparage anyone, but it's very frustrating in a group when one or two people perhaps aren't quite learning the mechanics as quickly as everyone else, Nothing, everyone learns at their own pace, that's fine. It's just, if 6 people in the group are consistent with the mechanic and 2 people aren't, it can be very frustrating when you die because the 2 people that aren't messed up. You know what I'm saying. So I wanted to make a game that had that feeling of the raiding in Final Fantasy XIV without, well, hopefully easing some of the frustrating, not being quite as difficult, but the general idea. So the game we've made is a game where you fight it's just a boss fight, essentially. It's an extended boss fight where you play as one of many heroes. We've got tanks, we've got healers, we've got defenders, a DPS, and you fight the boss who has all their own unique tricks and whatnot, and I'm not going to say too much, but that's the general gist of it. So, you get some sleep? No problem, Sora. You have yourself a great night's sleep. I hope you've had a great time while you're here, and thank you for being here. Hope you have a good night's sleep ahead of you. Another one kill. I don't think we really need that, but, we could maybe sell it for some funds if we need some more money for spells. No, you're amazing. But thank you, I really appreciate it. Okie dokie, so, we're getting close, chat. We're nearly through this dungeon. This dungeon really doesn't have too much to talk about, unfortunately. I know I've just been kind of auto-piloting through this dungeon for the most part, but... welcome! Going for a bit of for you as well. Hope you're having a great evening over there. Oh, these guys kind of hurt a little bit. That's fine. We've got tons of potions. We're not going to be in trouble. Alright, here it is. Less than an hour ago, we were before the fire orb, and now we're already before the orb of water. We'll just do a quick save, just to be safe. I don't think we're going to need it. I think we're going to be fine. Let us ponder the orb of water? the orb of water. The orb of water. You humans doing trash. I would not have thought to see you here. Do you really think you can defeat the Fiend of Water here in my own domain? Fools, these dark depths shall be your tomb. And we fight the Kraken. He's a pretty cool looking guy. Some of the other sprites this guy has had through various versions made him look a bit more humanoid. I'm glad they went for a much more, squiddy look. Why is he wearing a cape? I don't question that he can wear a cape, but I question where he got it from. Did he make it himself? Was it bought for him? Was it a gift? Where'd you go to buy a Kraken-sized cake? Well, regardless, we're gonna start off with our new strategy. Saber on you. Temper. Actually, you can do haste. Haste for you. You haven't really got much you can do, so go ahead and throw some gauntlets. And for Yomi, we will give a temper to the fighter. And you missed everything. Fantastic turn. See, even the bosses can't get the debuffs to stick in this game. I don't actually know what the calculation is behind debuffs in this game. I know there is a secret magic defense stat, but I don't actually know if that comes into play for debuffs. Alright, so we got some good buffs going now, so we're just going to stack tempers on the fighter. And you know what? Screw it, more gauntlets. And this should go down at 2 or 3 turns, I reckon. Oh, this guy has literally not done anything. See, this is why I hate save or die effects. It's like, oh, make a save or die. Okay, but what happens if I pass? Nothing? So you're saying you're just wasting your turn then? Alright, cool. 1,000 damage? I think that's our first 4-digit damage there. Wow, you know what? I'm gonna stack some more tempers on here and see how big we can get this to go. This man has not laid a single blow on us. And he never will. This guy really showed up, threw debuffs 3 times, missed every one, and then died. Rip Bozo. I don't even think he has much. I think he's got like some... I think he has Bizarra. I think he's got like a reasonable physical attack, but that's pretty good RNG. They just wants to waste it with that. Alrighty then. Crystal of Water has been returned. Yeah, that was an unusually easy Kraken fight. Hello? Kraken fight. He's never exactly a hard one. I always thought he was one of the easy bosses, but he's not normally that easy. So with that, guys, we've got 3 of our 4 crystals all charged up. We've restored the Earth Crystal, the Water Crystal, and the Fire Crystal. And we've gotten our job promotion. Looking at the time, I don't think there's any chance that I'm going to finish this tonight, even if I powered through it. I mean, I could, but it would be for a very long time, and I think I would be exhausted by the end of it. We've got 1 more crystal to do, and it's a decently lengthy dungeon. And of course, well, it's a JRPG. There's no way that the game ends after we clear all the crystals, right? So I'm thinking, chat, we might make this our stopping point for the night. Slightly shorter than last week's stream, admittedly, but I think this will be a good stopping point. That way, next week we can wrap this up, and that way it won't be too short of a stream. I don't want it to just be like a 1-hour stream and then we're just kind of sitting there awkwardly, you know? So I think I'm gonna take us back to our chat window. Please mind your hands over as the doors close. I would not like to see any injuries there. As they're about to close, now. Alrighty then, there we are. Hopefully there were no more door-related injuries this time. Just pictured Helm talking to chat via typewriter for some reason. Huh. Maybe if I ever do this enable... Jack, I told you not to! But seriously guys, I thank you all for being here tonight. It's been a lot of fun. I hope you guys have been having fun too. As I always say, I know this isn't the most exciting, high-octane game out there. You know, I'm not doing 360 no-scopes or backflips or anything, but I like this game, and I hope that you guys that aren't familiar with it are, you know, getting a bit of that enjoyment of seeing a game that doesn't get a lot of love. And those that are familiar, I hope you're not cringing too bad at the strategies. So, guys, I think I'm going to try my hand at my first raid here. Unless Twitch cucks me on this and says, actually, you need to be affiliate yet. I don't think you do, but we'll find out. We're going to raid. Let's see who's online right now. Oh, Wispy's online right now. Yeah, we're going to wait. We're going to raid? We're going to raid Wispy if Twitch lets us. Let me see here. Let's see if it lets me. Helm-Chan's online, you could raid her. That would be the Galaxy Brain strategy, wouldn't it? You know, just raiding yourself indefinitely. So it's Wispy_Witch. Gotta make sure I get that right. I don't raid It's /raid, no space, then the name. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. No space between the slash and the raid. Gotcha. Alrighty then. Well, guys, I don't have a special raid message planned, I'm afraid. That's fine. I just trust you guys to be nice and say something friendly when you come in. I'll definitely think of a more proper raid message if and when we get affiliate going. I'll get some. I have actually got some emotes already ready to go for if and when that happens. I'm also going to hold off on pushing the button just yet. I don't know how much time I have after pushing the button before I will auto-raid you guys. But Melanie, thank you for being here, honestly. A bunch of ones and zeros for the Helm, right? Oh my goodness. Galen, thank you for the lurk. I hope you've had a great time. We're here. I just hope everyone's had a great time here. I've had a blast tonight. You guys have been you've been wonderful guests. And just as a reminder, I am going to be streaming again on Wednesday. We're going to be doing some Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel. If you want to follow me on Twitter, or I guess it's called X now, that's what we're going to call it. X gonna give it to you still. If you want to follow me on there, I do have my schedule posted up on there. That's the best way to know about what's going to be coming up. But for now, guys, I'm going to hit this enter key. Hope that things don't horribly break. And you guys, please mind the doors on your way out, and please say something nice to Whiskey when we arrive. Thank you all again for being here. It's been a pleasure to serve you all tonight.